Good evening, everyone. This February 7th, 2023 meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Linder, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Buck.
Here.
Councilors Mboot.
Here.
Verdick.
Here.
Rapf.
Here.
Afghan.
Here.
Corrigan.
Here.
And Winland.
Here. Now, everyone, will you please stand and join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Next, the City Council is going to move into executive session. City Attorney Osnak, will you please read the legal parameters for us?
Oh, it's on. Sorry. Hello, everyone. Elena Osnak, City Attorney. You all are going to be meeting in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.6602 sub D and F, which will allow you to conduct deliberations with persons designated by you to carry on labor negotiations. To negotiate real property negotiations and to consider records that are exempt by law from public inspection. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session, but all other members of the audience will not be allowed to attend executive session, and we will be holding that executive session in a private room back there. Representatives of the news media who do attend the executive session are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during executive session or conversations during executive session, except to state the general subject of the session, as I previously just announced. No decision may be or will be made in executive session, and at the end of the executive session, we will return to open session in this room.
Thank you, Ms. Osnak. All right, with that, we are going to take a brief recess and we will reconvene in executive session at reconvene in executive session. We'll be back in open session at around 6 p.m. All right, we are back in order in a regular session. Thank you, everyone, for waiting while we had the executive session. Those of you who are here to speak in public comment, otherwise attend the meeting. So next we're going to have public comment. I know some of you are here tonight to speak on the pickleball at Westlake and or George Rogers. Just so you know, at both of these facilities, we're engaged in an active, land use issue. So we're glad that you're here to provide your comments. However, the council can interact, with you on the issue, provide comments. The same goes for emails that are sent to us during this time. There's a public process open around this. So again, we're glad that you're here, and we're here to listen and are actively listening to you, even if we don't respond. So with that, we have one person on Zoom that we are going to start with. And I'll preface this, some of you have been here for public comment before, but if this is your first time, we are glad that you're here. When I call your name, come forward. You can sit at either chair at the table, and there's a timer. And everyone has 3 minutes for their public comment. Now there's indicator lights, the green light, the yellow light. It means that your time is coming to an end, and then the red light means that your time is expired. If you can please just pay attention to the time, that will help us get through. We have a half an hour set aside on our agenda for public comment, and then we'll move on. So unfortunately, not everyone signed up may get to attend. If you'd like to share your comments with the council, though, you can always email us as well. Okay, so on the Zoom, we have Scott Collins. And Scott,
yes,
if you can hear me whenever.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make comments. I'm a resident of the Westlake neighborhood close to the Westlake tennis courts. I have a couple concerns about pickleball courts being sited there, and I'll go through those briefly. One is the court area is immediately adjacent to a firehouse, and I would hate to see anything done that might disturb our first responders. Two, the area is surrounded by houses and townhouses, although they aren't as close. And I have some concerns about the noise impacting neighbors for the same reason the courts were shut down at the other location. I would also like to provide sort of a contrary comment as well, in that I did some quick research, and it turns out about 2.6% of the US population participates regularly in pickleball. The number is about 6.3% for tennis. So while I'd hate to see tennis courts decommissioned, especially outdoor tennis courts, in favor of pickleball, it's clear that pickleball is a growing, valid sport, and I believe the city council should look at addressing an appropriate place, wherever that may be, to cite some courts for people who participate in the sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Okay, next we have Kent Drengschlott. Good evening. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, please. Welcome.
You did, but everybody does. It's Drengschlott.
Drengschlott.
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Drengschlott.
Good evening. I'm the owner of At the Garages on the far end of Lake Oswego, just off of I-5, and we are going to put in pickleball. We anticipate 2 outdoor courts, 2 what they call dink courts, which are semi-practice 2-player courts, and then possibly 3 more in our phase 2. So I believe that business enterprise can help you with this situation, and that any business that operates wants to make a profit. They want to satisfy the needs, wants, and desires of the public. And there is so much public that wants to play pickleball, as was just discussed by the previous gentleman. I can't lose. It's just it's an automatic way for people to attend and have fun in a court, but also in a club. I don't believe the city can actually serve alcohol at the courts like I can, and I don't believe they'll serve breakfast at the courts like I can. And they don't have other discounts that being a member will get them. I'm also a music venue, and they'll have the ability to buy reduced tickets to other things that my facility offers. So I think, we're all probably business people in here. A lot of us have run businesses or in management positions. You know that the needs, wants, and desires is what every business has to do. And when Lake Oswego decided that pickleball wasn't their thing, I decided it was mine. And because there's going to be a void, there's going to be so many people wanting to play, I literally can't lose at this. And so I just hope that you consider allowing businesses to fill the void versus the city needing to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drexel. Emily James. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Emily James, and I am one of the closest houses to the tennis courts. In fact, I can see people playing tennis all the time, all day. We are right next to the courts, and I have small children. And as you know, there's a big concern about the noise. And during the day, that's when the kids are supposed to be doing their homework, reading, relaxing. And then they're supposed to go to bed at a certain time. And I know just from tennis that people play way into the night, and so, much later than bedtime. And it's a big concern. It would be a big concern probably for any parent, but also I have a neurodiverse child who's very sensitive to sound. And again, I'm right next to the courts. And so I sympathize with people that want to have pickleball courts. I'm not sure that putting it at the expense of people's well-being, especially children, is something that is okay. So please consider the residents that live right next to the courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harlan Levy. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor and City Council, my name is Harlan Levy, and I live in the Westlake neighborhood very close to Westlake Park and its tennis courts. I'm here to register my early opposition to moving pickleball to the Westlake tennis courts. I am a tennis player, and I use the tennis courts along with my family and friends, and we are not alone in this. On a sunny day, these tennis courts are in constant use year-round. Often there is a line of tennis players patiently waiting their turn to play on these courts. As you can see from our shirts, many Westlake tennis players are here tonight. I would like to point out that the community process that looked at pickleball sites in Lake Oswego did not recommend Westlake, despite providing you with other options. You heard from city staff on January 17th that the pickleball task force voted against using Westlake because it has the only lit outdoor courts in Lake Oswego, and it is very well used by the community. Staff also mentioned that there are residents less than 150 feet from the Westlake courts. Lake Oswego's Westlake Fire Station is literally right next to the courts, less than 50 feet away. Firefighters sleep in the station, and the noise from pickleball could disturb their rest and hamper their ability to do their important jobs. This fire station responded to 1,668 incidents in the year 2022, significantly more than Lake Oswego's other 3 fire stations. Other options exist for pickleball in Lake Oswego. You just heard from the owner of the Garages Eatery and Tap House. He has already said that he is building pickleball courts there. The city's own website says that pickleball will be offered at the new Recreation and Aquatic Center as part of the multi-use gym space. Finally, the tennis courts at Lake Oswego High School are underutilized and far from homes. So I would ask the council to explore the option of working with the school district and looking at this option rather than Westlake. You are likely to hear from other concerned citizens tonight about the other impacts of this proposal, including noise, traffic, and other issues that would impact their right to the quiet enjoyment of their homes. In conclusion, I would like to refer you back to Councilor Afghan's statement on January 17th that this problem has existed since 2015 and that people are hurting. After 8 years of hurting some people, why would you consider hurting somebody else in our community? Moving a problem is not solving a problem. Thank you for allowing me to testify tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Taylor Drake. Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Taylor Drake, and I also want to express my opposition to converting the Westlake tennis courts to pickleball. My house backs to Bunich, directly east of the courts. The park has been a good neighbor, but pickleball will destroy the peaceful environment of Westlake. Let me explain why remediation efforts currently being considered by staff will fail to reduce the harm. Pickleball creates a uniquely annoying noise that is not captured by average decibel levels. This is because of its signature high-pitched pop, pop, pop at random intervals that doesn't fade to background noise like the freeway. Studies show that higher pitch impact sounds are considered more annoying to the human ear than lower pitched sounds. 6 courts of 12 to 24 people constantly playing pickleball and yelling to be heard over each other will create a cacophony of disturbing noise flowing into our neighborhood. This is the harm that a majority of you voted to terminate at George Rogers. We know that staff is looking at moving the Acoustafence from George Rogers to Westlake. This will not quell the harm. If it did, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. Because of topography, Westlake presents unique remediation challenges not found at George Rogers. The houses to the north and some to the east, including my own, sit 20+ feet higher in elevation than the courts. Ear level will be at least 26 feet on the first story and 33 on the second. The courts only have a 10-foot fence, and part of the east side facing our neighborhood isn't even fenced. The noise of the pickleball courts will have a straight shot at those homes. Not only that, the Acoustafence fabric is reflective of noise, not absorbent of noise, and will make the problem worse by reflecting noise towards houses at higher elevations and directly east as it bounces off opposite fence walls. It's public knowledge that the city is pursuing a sound study, but what will it conclude realistically? That the average decibel level is less than at George Rogers because of the slightly increased distance from the courts to our homes? We will still be able to hear it inside and outside our homes constantly. It will still be irritating to us and the first responders at the fire station. It will still negatively impact our property values. That's real harm. The noise studies I've researched conclude that outdoor pickleball courts need to be 500 to 600 feet away from homes unless earthen berms and concrete walls, in conjunction with expensive sound-absorbing materials, are strategically placed to contain the noise. That's not on the table here. The council has better options, including doing nothing, because the private sector is stepping in to meet the demand. If supporting pickleball is a goal of the city, then let's do it right. Let's pursue a real solution that doesn't penalize Westlake or any other neighborhood. Harm is harm, and we shouldn't be looking to shift it from one neighborhood to another. Rather, we should have no tolerance for it. I'm asking you to have no tolerance for this harm in any neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Carrie Jones. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Carrie, and I'm here with my husband, Eddie. We live in the home that's the closest to the tennis court, less than 150 feet away. We have 3 young children, ages 9, 7, and 4, and we're extremely concerned that if the pickleball courts were installed across the street from our house, the loud and constant noise will have a direct impact on the health and well-being of our children. Our kids have bedrooms that face the courts, and our youngest takes naps and also goes to bed at 7 to 7:30 p.m. As we all know, during the summer, the sun doesn't set until hours after 7. And even in the spring and the fall, the park lights would allow people to play well after sunset. I'm not sure if any of you have a 4-year-old in your home, but if you do, you know that if they miss a nap, it can get a little dicey. If it happens day after day after day, it becomes a significant quality of life issue. I'm a pediatric physician, so I'm very well acquainted with the negative impacts of chronic sleep deprivation on physical and mental health. Additionally, one of our children has anxiety, and we worry that the noise caused by pickleball will cause even further harm to her well-being. Our neighbors across the street from us have the second closest house to the courts and also have young children and share our concerns. In addition, my husband has been working from home since we moved to Oregon 9 years ago, and his home office faces the tennis courts. He spends most of his day in virtual meetings, and the noise from the courts will severely harm his work quality and may even impact our personal income. Furthermore, we expect that it will be very difficult to sell our home if we need to move. When we moved to our neighborhood, we did so in part because of the proximity to recreational activities. And while we support the idea of providing recreational opportunities for the community, we strongly believe that the proposed location for the pickleball courts is not suitable for residential areas. I implore the City Council to consider alternate locations for the courts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. George Vlasevich. Sorry. Good evening.
Yes, greetings. My name is George Vlasevich, and I too am a resident of the Westlake neighborhood. And I think, as I've listened to this discussion and thought about this issue, we've pretty much learned a valuable lesson on this whole pickleball thing. And that is that it's really not compatible with a neighborhood setting. And I think I would draw somewhat of a parallel to perhaps other sports that have probably special zoning. And I would guess that things like shooting and golf ranges and the same kind of rhythm of noise, those particular sports would have to have a special place. And I think that's really what we've learned in this whole George Rogers situation. And, you know, it's fair. No one would know this right from the beginning, but this takes time and you learn, and so here we are. And I just want to also express my opposition to having the pickleball courts based on all of this tremendous input from the fellow residents of Westlake that have really thought through this issue. And that it sounds like there's very possible or very good other possible solutions. I do think perhaps pickleball does need a special zoning or at least consideration. I don't know if that's something you can put in your laws. And then the other part is that I'd like to mention is that, you know, sometimes in these situations, I believe that there was this desire to have a quick fix. Okay, we can't play pickleball at George Rogers, but we can play somewhere else. Let's find a place. Well, when I moved here about 20 years ago, we discovered that there was no outdoor public pool in all of Lake Oswego. And it's now taken 20 years for that to happen. And hey, I would have loved to have my kids go to a public pool, outdoor pool. So we found another way, right? So you go to Wilson Pool or some other place. And so while there's probably a huge desire for the current pickleball players to have a place to play, you know, sometimes I guess you gotta wait. And I think that waiting and finding, as people have said, the right solution, the best solution would be the way to go. Thank you for your consideration, and we have faith in you to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vlasevich. John Devlin. Good evening, sir.
Mayor Buck, members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is John Devlin, and I live in the Westlake neighborhood, very close to the tennis courts at Westlake Park. I'm here to ask you to reconsider your vote last month to explore Westlake as a pickleball site. Last year, the council appointed a task force to study this issue. That task force spent months coming up with criteria, then identifying and analyzing potential sites. That task force strongly rejected Westlake as a pickleball site. It wasn't a close call. There isn't even a reference to Westlake in the final task force report. The staff originally suggested that any new pickleball site had to be at least 175 feet from any homes based on research into what other communities have done. The task force reduced that minimum to 150 feet. There's no dispute that Westlake does not satisfy that criteria. The courts are less than 150 feet from the nearest home, as you've heard, and there are more homes in the buffer zone if you use the original 175-foot minimum. The Westlake Fire Station is far less than that from the courts, and according to the city's website, this is the busiest fire station in Lake Oswego, with almost 80% of the 911 calls for EMS. Fire personnel spend 24-hour shifts in that station in order to be ready to answer those calls. And the task force already considered this information when it rejected Westlake as an option. If you go back and listen to the hearings, as I've done over the last few days, people said things like, you're just moving the problem to another location, and there's housing across the street. They even discussed how close the fire station was to the courts. And the task force also rejected Westlake because of the popularity of tennis at the site and the strong desire not to displace any existing activities. In fact, the task force thought the Westlake option was so unrealistic that they talked about dropping it from the list of potential sites at one of their early meetings. And I urge you to go back and watch that. They literally say, are we even going to consider this site? Now, before last month's vote, Councilor Rapp wondered about how the Westlake neighborhood would react to this proposal because no one had consulted us. And I've spoken with many of my neighbors since learning about last month's decision, and as you can tell, there's strong opposition to moving the courts. My neighbors are extremely concerned about the impact of pickleball noise. And the noise obviously bothered the neighbors of George Rogers Park, even after mitigation measures were put in place. And this same issue has come up in communities across the country. Task Force presented you with several options for a new pickleball facility. And the councils decided that the city can't afford any of those new options right now. But unfortunately, neither of the existing racket courts at George Rogers or Westlake are suitable sites for pickleball based on the criteria that the task force chose. So I urge you to reverse your decision to explore Westlake as a pickleball option. It's been explored and it's been rejected. Please respect the work of the task force and recognize it's not a suitable location. There is simply no meaningful difference between the impact of pickleball at George Rogers and the impact of pickleball at Westlake. You're simply moving the problem from one neighborhood to another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devlin. David Dunning.
Thank you. My name's David Misnakis. I live on Mulholland Drive, which is across the street from the park, and run back of my house faces Westlake Drive. And they used to play pickleball at the tennis courts at Westlake, and several of us neighbors complained to Alan at Parks and Recreation. You may be aware, they put up these signs saying, do not play pickleball here, go to George Rogers Park. And then I've noticed in the 2022 summary of city activities that the city wants to build upon bonds with the neighborhoods and listen to the neighborhoods. Well, you've listened to the pickleball players, you put in George Rogers Park. We have the noise problem there that you're well aware of. And so you listen to George Rogers, you said, well, let's just put it at Westlake. Well, you're going to have the same problems at Westlake you had at George Rogers. And I think you need to take that into consideration. The previous gentleman talked about this study team the council put together, and that the study team gave its recommendations on November 14th. A number of you councilors were still at the council at that time, and as the gentleman said, Westlake doesn't appear in any of the findings. I think you also talked about working collaborative with the neighborhoods. Those of us that live around Westlake Park are willing to work with the pickleball players and you folks in Parks and Recreation to come up with a viable alternative. I think the first alternative in the report from the study team was that the Rosewood picking bale location was the best place. Well, where's the money? So I understand that the city doesn't have money to build a site there. Well, have you considered grants from various organizations, including the state of Oregon? Have you considered working with cooperative partnerships with businesses who might be willing to put some money in order to have their name on a plaque at those locations? You need to find a place, and your study team did, where it doesn't impact the neighborhoods. You've heard about the young children. People just moved in next to us with 2 young children, 1 and 3, and while our homes are just under 300 feet from the court, the acoustic engineers are suggesting, as a previous person said, 400 to 500 to 600 feet should be the closest residence. What's the impact with these new people that moved from California to Lake Oswego? Their two young children being impacted by the noise of pickleball on their naps and sleeping at night, just as the pediatrician had mentioned to you. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you for listening to us that live around the park, and I hope you take a re-look at your decision and consider ways to look at what was recommended by your task force. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dunning, please. Good evening.
Just take a moment to set up. Of course, I have my props. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Dr. Dunning, once again here. Regarding your decision to immediately close the George Rogers pickleball courts, I have a few remarks, both about the decision itself and about the process by which you reached that decision. First, the process. When you were made aware of the neighbors' complaints about noise, did you pursue the simplest and cheapest remedy, mainly to require the use of quiet pickleball balls like the Pin 40s, which we've tested out and they are quieter, and quiet paddles like those on this list generated by Sun City in 2017. That was 5 or 6 years ago. They were dealing with this, and I bought my paddle because it was on that list. It's a quiet paddle. Number two, were you aware that the green curtains that you had installed around the courts at the cost of $70,000 of our money are sound reflecting and not sound absorbing? Number three, even so, the curtains did reduce the sound across Ladd Street. However, in the sound checks you commissioned, were any of them conducted inside the homes across the street with the windows and doors closed? If you did, I never heard about it. And number four, when you were discussing matters of mental and emotional health, did you take into consideration the joy experienced by the pickleball players at George Rogers, both from the game itself and from the friendships that have been developed there over the years? Number five, or have you been overly influenced by the behavior of one woman from across the street who has periodically come onto the courts yelling and screaming and crying? And I was there 2 times that she did that. If mental illness is involved, I'm afraid that closing the pickleball courts at George Rogers will not be its cure. And as for the decision itself to close the courts without any viable alternatives in place, did you take seriously the motion passed unanimously by the Park Board in its December meeting to, quote, continue the use of George Rogers courts until such time that new courts and equal opportunity can be made in Lake Oswego? And finally, with regard to the 4-3 vote itself, let's talk about recusal. Recusal means the withdrawal from a case or a vote on the grounds that a person is unqualified to perform legal duties because of a possible conflict of interest or lack of impartiality with personal financial interest in the decision's outcome. There is a council member, newly elected, who in the past year has clearly demonstrated his lack of impartiality at Parks and Rec meetings, specifically one held July 20th. But more importantly, he needs to recuse himself because of the potential financial impact of this vote based on the fact that his home property is near George Rogers Park, and that council member is, of course, Ali Afghan. And finally, let me remind the council of its mission to cultivate an exceptional quality of life for everyone in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning.
And I made it with 1 second to spare.
Doug Anderson.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Doug Anderson. I'm an officer in the Lake Oswego Pickleball Club and a member of the LO Pickleball Site Task Force. Your last few meetings have focused on financial restraints the city is facing. As a result, some long-anticipated projects have been delayed or shelved. So what can you do? That requires minimal city dollars, yet engages thousands of people to live in our city with the motto, live where you play. In Lake Oswego, there are currently 21 public tennis courts, 23 if George Rogers is converted back. Excuse me. Currently, then, there are no pickleball courts. Sounds a little bit unfair to me. Thousands of pickleball players need a place to play in Lake Oswego. You voted at the last meeting to move to play to Westlake. It wasn't our pick, but we'll go wherever you want us and everything. We hope I was sincere, not just kicking the can down the road. We as a club are ready to embrace that move. The pickleball club realizes the city needs to do its due diligence. When we realize some may oppose this relocation, we didn't ask for the courts to go there, to Westlake. Players just want to play. They are not the villains here. The pickleball community has compromised whenever asked, so let's all engage to solve this problem. Here are a few simple ideas. LO has 4 imperfect sites that can be set up for temporary play until the new courts are built, in addition to Lake Oswego High School. That was a good one. How about splitting play between the sites for the summer? Say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday at Westlake, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday at George Rogers. How about making a few hours available at the South Shore Tennis Court, where there are 4 pickleball courts, already with lines and everything? How about restricting play at George Rogers just to 3 courts next to Ladd Road, where there is the cement barrier and the fence that would block most of the noise? Or maybe a few times pickleball can get some hours to play at the tennis center, so not to disrupt tennis, maybe every other Friday night. Our arms are open, and we're here to please put us to work to help solve this quandary. We are a club with as many, if not more, members in the youth football, Little League, youth lacrosse. What we need for you to do as a council is to fast track anything it takes for there to be play options for our residents. Parks and Rec needs your guidance to make this happen. And if planning, parking, neighborhood encouragement needs to happen, then let's get going. Once again, the pickleball community is willing to work and compromise. All we are asking for others to work with us. The city is over budgeted on current projects, and we need to work with what we have for the greater good until funds are available for a well-located permanent pickleball facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Stan Sasaki. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Stan Sasaki, residing 30 years in the Holly Orchard neighborhood in walking distance to Westlake Park. As an avid tennis player, I am saddened you are shutting down neighborhood tennis at Westlake. I've played tennis at Westlake hundreds of times and have some observations. The 2 tennis court configuration you see in many parks provides the capacity and accessibility suitable for a neighborhood. Neighborhood kids can walk or ride bikes to the courts, navigating only residential streets. This is indeed what happens at Westlake. The lighted courts mean day jobbers can de-stress after work in a near-to-home venue. This is indeed what happens at Westlake. The typical Westlake tennis player is from the neighborhood. Again, this is from decades of observation. Not obvious is limiting the number of courts to 2 is a disincentive for players to drive from afar only to wait. Recreating with neighbors at a neighborhood park weaves the social fabric of community. Why are playgrounds located throughout LO in walking or stroller distance of homes? It would be more efficient and less costly to have one centralized, ginormous playground and drive kids across town to ride the swings. Yet this is in effect what is happening. George Rogers is apparently the 2nd most popular venue in the country, with players coming from hither and yonder. Why cram a centralized, overutilized venue into a neighborhood park, which would completely change its character? Square peg, round hole. Neighborhood versus sport is drama enough. Why add sport versus sport to the fray? Does City Council want to listen to endless statistics about which sport is more popular, better for kids, better for seniors, healthier, more sociable, more lucrative, whatever? As I see it, the 7-year George Rogers experiment was a resounding success. Much was learned and validated the need to integrate a popular activity. I asked the City Council to reconsider the elimination of neighborhood tennis and to ask parks to look at the bigger picture rather than the narrow view of just where to move the 6 George Rogers courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sasaki. All right, folks, that's all the time we have tonight for public comment. Thank you all for coming and for your comments. We have noted everything. For those of you, well, most of you are here on the pickleball. We do invite you and encourage you to participate in the public process that is underway. And of course, you can reach all of us, though, by email if you'd like to share additional comments, send it to the council distribution list. Okay, we're going to move on here to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda tonight, we have item 6.1, which is a public improvement contract for pre-construction management services. This is work order 298, the Blue Heron 2 trunk sanitary sewer project. We also are awarding a public improvement contract for construction of the annual water rehabilitation project for work order 315. And we have ordinance 2909, an ordinance of the City Council amending LOC Chapter 50 for the purpose of clarifying and updating various provisions and adopting findings. This is LU 22-0038. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda, sir.
Second.
Oh, all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 7-0. We now have the councilor-only consent agenda. This is item 8.1, Resolution 23-05. This is a resolution of the City Councilors of the City of Lake Oswego approving the appointment to the DEI Advisory Board, and item 8.2, which is Resolution 23-06. This is a resolution of the City Councilors adding Kim V. Toe as a member to the of the Ad Hoc Housing Production Strategy Task Force. Is there a motion to adopt the councilor-only consent agenda?
Move to accept or to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. All right, now on to council business. We have ordinance 2922. This is an ordinance of the City Council amending ordinance 2920 by deleting section 3. And before we vote, I'll turn it over to Attorney Osnak to cover the details.
Mayor Buck, councilors, this was an item that actually came before you in December of last year. It was really almost a housekeeping measure to update your current code that talks about councilor expense allowances, and you were just updating a reference to the Consumer Price Index. Our very helpful Government Ethics Commission opined on a technical issue about, since it relates to expenses that you might incur as an elected official, there's a special provision that they wanted to ensure that nobody violated. And so what you all did was a number of councilors abstained and did not vote. You had the expense beginning in July 1. The upshot of all of that is that Council President Verdick is the only member affected by the July 1 begin date. So she will not be voting on this particular matter for the same reason that Mayor Buck and others did not vote on it the last time. But this ordinance simply brings all of you in line with the Consumer Price Index that is currently in existence.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. Any questions on doing here?
Can we make donations?
Is there a motion?
I just would like to make sure that John's not making more than me, right? Okay, just.
Move to enact ordinance 2922.
No, we don't get paid by the numbers of articles of clothing we wear. All right.
It's been moved and seconded.
Moved and seconded. Councilor Verdick will be abstaining from this, but all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And Councilor Verdick abstaining. Okay, so that motion passes 6 with 1 abstention. Okay, so now we are moving on to item 9.2. This is adopting findings, conclusion, and order for AP 22-06. This is our appeal of the Development Review Commission's appeal, Development Review Commission's decision to approve a Type 2 tree removal application for one tree at 817 D Avenue. Back to Attorney Osnetch to give us a rundown of this.
Mayor and councilors, so this was the type 2 appeal that you all heard on January 17th. As the mayor said, you all had a quasi-judicial hearing that I'm sure you all remember. This was an appeal of the DRC's order permitting a tree removal, and the appeal came from the First Edition Forest Hills Neighborhood Association. You all took testimony, and some of the written testimony and evidence that you received was outside of the record. Those portions of the record were identified, and you all voted on motions to strike. I should also note, I suppose, that Councilor Maboop was conflicted himself off of this, so he too, in this proceeding or motion to adopt the findings, conclusions, in an evidentiary order, will not be participating in the vote since he did not participate in the hearing itself. And so perhaps the only interesting or somewhat unusual is that evidentiary piece. You could, if you wanted, adopt the findings and recommendations as a normal appeal and vote separately on the order of evidence. But if there are no concerns, issues, or questions, it was our recommendation that you simplify it and simply use one motion to affirm and adopt the findings, conclusions, and the evidentiary order that was that you all voted on in the initial proceeding.
Wonderful. Okay, that sounds like good advice. Is there a motion to adopt both the order on evidence and the findings, conclusion, and order for AP 22-06?
I move to adopt both the order on evidence and the findings, conclusions, and orders for AP 2206.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Okay, and Councilor Boop will abstain from, voting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And then one abstention. The motion passes 6-0 with the abstention. Thank you very much. Moving right on to item 9.3, this is adoption of our 2023 City Council preferred future goals and initiatives, and we'll turn over to Ms. Bennett.
I don't have very much to say. Thank you all for your very hard work on that Saturday in January. Thank goodness for 5 Tuesday months. January was awesome in that way because we had that weekend to do the work. I think the agenda that you've adopted for this calendar year is actually quite ambitious, but it's also, I think, achievable. And just as a quick rundown, I think you've identified 9 or 10, depending on how you count one of them, really large policy projects that are going to require you to spend a lot of time talking and some extensive community engagement. You've got 6 things that are really continued high-level monitoring of activities by the council. We'll make sure they get scheduled for quarterly reports, things like the North Anchor Project or the LORAC. And then you have 5 new initiatives, so new bodies of work that you've decided to take up this year. The other thing I like about this package is it really does have the breadth of all of the city's activities. As a full-service city, it's nice when council sets goals for all of your major operational areas, and I think you've done that here. When you adopt them, in hopefully just a few seconds, actually staff's already working on work plans. I'll be back for your first quarter report. The report will be really how are we going to do these things. As I told you, goal setting, we won't do them all at once, right? The stuff that's already ongoing or well underway will obviously happen first, and the stuff that's new will happen later in the year. But you'll have a chance to push and poke at the work plans to make sure it's what you intended when you adopted the goals. That's coming either at your next meeting or the one after, depending on how quick we get it pulled together. Okay?
Any questions on the goals? Okay, thank you, Ms. Bennett. Is there a motion to
Sure
adopt?
we can add a few more? No,
They
just kidding.
move to adopt the preferred future and the City Council 2023 goals and initiative.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
We didn't
Thank
really
you,
have any
everyone.
discussion, but I do want to compliment City Manager Bennett and the whole staff for putting on a great session. It was very productive and I think very valuable for the city to go through that process on a Saturday when it was snowing. So good time. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor.
And it was a good time to spend together. So
it was good.
We will spend more time together.
That's right. Okay. Well, with that, we are going to move into have our public hearing tonight on Ordinance 2891. This is an ordinance amending LOC Chapter 50.01.006. This is non-conforming uses, structures, lots, and site features. LOC and LOC 50.07.004, which is additional submittal requirements and adopting findings. So we will start by having the city attorney, Ms. Osnak, review the hearing procedures for us. Thank you for bearing with me. Get used to your name.
Thank you, Mayor Buck. I usually have a script for this, but I don't have it with me. But the procedures are, as you all know, during a legislative hearing, that you're simply taking testimony from invited folks and from the public, if you so choose, which I believe there are people here. And that's about it. Any other admonishments?
Do we need to make any declarations of anything? Nothing like that?
That's just a legislative.
Well,
that's finger wagging.
But we will start then. Thank you, Ms. Osnak. That is great. And we will start with them with staff report. We have Director Siegel, and we also have Ms. Maury Collins on the Zoom.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Scott Siegel, Community Development Director, and Jessica Maury Collins is online with us, Senior Development Specialist. And I'll just be providing a brief introduction, and then Jessica will walk us through the proposal and provide some examples of what this means in terms of regulating development. The City Council held a study session last March, at which time you reviewed your current policy on demolitions and also discussed the policy and regulations governing nonconforming development and the ability to continue a nonconforming development, which is really an existing structure or a lot that was established lawfully under either a different set of city standards or developed in the county and then annexed into the city, which does not conform to current code. And that's really kind of the crux of it. And what property owners are able to do in the way of remodeling or adding on to those structures. At your study session in March last year, you provided direction on three fronts. One was to update the definition of demolition so that it reflected more appropriately what constitutes a demolition versus a remodel. And in doing so, you amended the building code to establish that removal of 50% or more of the exterior walls or perimeter foundation on a residential structure would constitute demolition. And that has implications both for the public notification process, the permit process for demolitions, as well as the demolition tax. And the second direction was to remove to consider removing the sunset on the demolition tax, which was established in 2019. And the council did adopt an ordinance last fall, and you decided to extend the tax, essentially make it permanent by removing the sunset and making other changes to the policy that relate to manual deconstruction and providing greater opportunity to preserve historic elements and existing structures. So there were a couple of policy changes that you made there. And then the third direction from last March was to review the standards and the process for remodels of nonconforming structures, nonconforming residences. And this was the piece that took the most time because it involved changes to the land use code. So there's a process around that involves the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission studied that issue. They conducted 4 work sessions and also went on a tour of existing developments in a number of neighborhoods to look at kind of what the existing policy provides. And ultimately, they did make a recommendation, which is before you this evening, and Ms. Maury Collins will discuss that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jessica.
Thank you, Director Siegel. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Excellent.
yes, we hear you.
So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, which is the presentation. Some of this is content that Director Siegel has already gone over. Let me just start here. So we're discussing the code as it pertains to non-conforming structures. And so just to sort of recap, that's distinct from an illegal structure. A non-conforming structure is a building that was established under the standards that applied at the time and was approved or built legally, but does not meet the standards of today's code because either the code has changed since the structure was initially developed or the property was annexed into the city. So this is not a change that would pertain to illegal structures. The current code today allows for a legally non-conforming structure to be continued. So you can keep using that structure as it is. You can maintain that structure, so that includes any upkeep and repairs, but doesn't include any structural alterations. So, replacing sidings, making sure that, any deteriorating parts of the structure can be kept up well. And the structure can be altered or expanded if the change does not increase the degree of nonconformity. And that's a code phrase that I know I have to talk to customers about quite a bit. It's a little tricky. So I made these sort of rudimentary graphics here to just sort of help hopefully illustrate that concept. So if the new construction, for example, if we're talking about a wall and we have an existing non-conforming wall that was built at an 8-foot height under either a previous code or prior to annexation, the wall could not be expanded in such a way that it becomes taller, as that would increase the degree of nonconformity, or you couldn't expand the wall, further where, there's more 8-foot wall. You could, as shown in green with a check mark beneath it, you could expand the wall under the current code regulations, which would give you a 6-foot maximum height limit. So hopefully that helps a little bit with some of the technical language. Another change that the current code allows is to alter the roof pitch as long as the top plate of the wall is not changed. So this, is meant to, in part, help with ameliorating drainage issues. So if there's a flat roofed structure and the property owner wants to change the pitch of the roof to allow for better drainage, that's something that the city doesn't want to prohibit or impede. And then, of course, if a structure is damaged by something other than an intentional act of the owner, such as a fire, a flood, whatever unexpected damage, that could be repaired or replaced. So here are the draft code amendments as were discussed by Director Siegel. So some of these changes have their background in the work that's been done over the past year by the planning staff, the Planning Commission, and Council. So essentially, we're looking to align the non-conforming code with the definition established under the new building code. So anything that requires a demolition permit by way of that 50% threshold for the removal of exterior walls would be required to conform with today's code standards. And in addition, if there is an increase in the floor area of a dwelling by 50% or more, where the total floor area of the dwelling after the addition exceeds 90% of the maximum allowed, that would also require conformance. And we have been discussing some exceptions, so including the conversion of a single-family dwelling to middle housing, projects located on public property, affordable housing projects that meet the criteria for system development charge waiver, and then projects that retain a native tree species of a certain size or larger have all been considered. Okay, so the changes to submittal requirements include the ability of the city to require scaled site plans, floor plans, and elevations showing the features that are proposed to remain and to be removed to help with providing a clear, accurate review. Certification by a registered structural engineer, which would help to remedy some of the issues that we've seen with existing non-conforming structures from, some of these older structures have sustained damage over the years. or used outdated construction techniques that no longer can safely be merged with new construction. Signed acknowledgement of the requirement of a redesign or variance in the event that non-conforming features are not retained. So whether that's intentional or accidental demolition or the discovery of some sort of structural inadequacy. And then, last, just other information to help with identifying compliance. So our last public hearing was December 12th with the Planning Commission, and public testimony discussed middle housing exemptions, the desire to streamline the review process, and whether the 50% threshold is optimal, if a higher or lower threshold would perhaps be a better initial place to start. I believe Director Siegel discussed the criteria for legislative decisions a bit already, but I won't get too into that, just it's not my area of expertise, and I won't do you that disservice. But my next set of slides are some case studies to illustrate the issues that we've had with non-conforming development and some of the ways that this code change would apply. So the first case study is a remodel of a new single-family home located at 1948 Maple Leaf Road. The standard that was non-conforming is the rear setback. So you can see on this aerial photograph here, that rear wall was left standing. Ultimately, this structure was approved through a minor variance. The project would have required conformance with the current code based on the proposed standards, because it would remove, removed more than 50% of the exterior walls, as you can see here. So on that basis, they would be required to comply with today's code. And here is the site plan for that project, and you can see the building envelope under the normal code standards for the zone, and then the non-conforming area at the back in green. Here are elevations of that structure. So it was this back, this rear wall that they were proposing to keep. And then, they found some structural deficiencies that made it not feasible to proceed with the plans as they were designed, and ultimately, pursued the minor variance. The next case is 768 Cabana Lane. And this structure was non-conforming to the garage appearance and location standards. And this project was approved as a remodel under today's code, but under the new proposed code changes, this project would have been required to comply based on the application of the demolition requirement. So they did propose to remove more than 50% of the exterior walls. And then, based on the additional floor area, they also would have been required to comply. So in this case, the nonconformity is that the existing structure it had an existing front-loading garage that is closer to the front lot line to the public right-of-way than the dwelling itself. The current code requires the dwelling to be closer to the street than the garage to sort of minimize the appearance of that garage. And here are your front elevations. So you can see the existing on the top and then the proposed on the bottom. They did have to make some changes to work with the current non-conforming code, but they were able to keep that garage as it existed. And then here's the street view. The next case study is 425 Furnace, which is non-conforming to the side setback. Again, this is an example that was approved under today's code. There was no demolition requirement based on the scope of the project, even under the new definition with the requirement of 50% exterior wall removal. And this was a project that, even under the proposed new standards, would would qualify to retain the existing non-conforming wall based on the scope of work. Here is their development plan. So you can see at the back of the house and then at the side on the bottom of the screen, that's the hatched areas where they're adding new development, new floor area. All of the new development is within the building envelope and could be approved under the existing standards. So they were able to be approved under today's code, and they would also fall within the threshold to maintain the nonconformity under the updated code. The next case is 1959 Wembley Place. This is another project that is nonconforming to the garage appearance and design standards, which is a pretty common nonconforming standard on building permit applications. The garage, again, is closer to the street than any wall of habitable space of the dwelling. And this project would have required conformance under the new standards based on the removal of 50% or more of the exterior wall area. So again, that alignment with the demolition definition would be what would bring the project into conformance. And here's the site plan for that project. And this project actually kept the existing footprint. They didn't make any changes, with the location of the dwelling or, where it sits within the lot, but they did add a second story. So you can see that additional level here above the garage. And it's a little clearer when you look at the side section. So that garage is at the street level, and then they added an additional half story that's stepped back. And the street view. The next case is 875 Lake Forest Drive.
Ms. Moore-Collins, I'm sorry, can you go back real quick to that?
Sure.
On this example and the Cabana Lane example where you have, so I understand how these were able to go through under the existing code, but under the changes that, are being proposed here tonight. So would these folks have to seek some kind of a minor variance then? I mean, obviously you can see how these homes are situated. The garage on the other one too is front and center unless you're completely
Sure.
Redoing the entire thing. So what would have been the solution for the folks if we had what's being proposed tonight in place?
So the Cabana Lane project was a bit more comprehensive. And that one, I believe, would have had to come into compliance with today's code. And I guess this one was the same base. So they're demolishing. Yeah, they would have to either design a project that meets today's code standards, or perhaps apply for a design variance. I'm not as familiar with the variance process as some of the planners, but I don't think that it would be eligible for a minor variance based on the garage design appearance standards as are under the building design code, which I believe requires a design variance to
Jessica, Jessica, that's right. And really the design, residential infill design variance is the alternative, but that does require a design that is superior to what would otherwise be required by the code, by the base code. And it's very subjective. It has to do with the appearance from the street and the relationship and aesthetics is viewed from the neighbors. It's a public process. So, I mean, there's a path, but it requires, it's design review is what it is.
So in a case like, I just think if we have these homes in town where, just the way they are is the garage is in front. They were built at that time, whatever this, obviously this is an odd kind of a lot, it seems like with some slope and whatnot to it, or change in elevation there. So it seems like what they did here, even though they removed over 50%, they basically remodeled. I mean, they kept the same basic shape of the house, if you will, but under what we're proposing, they'd essentially just have to completely start fresh. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, oh, okay, well, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
So, explain that a little further. I mean, so we're gonna, if they want to change it, they have to conform to not have their garage at the front?
If they're either removing more than 50% of the exterior walls or foundation and it is a demolition, or I think in this example, Jessica, was this one where they were adding?
They were adding floor area, but not, the floor area wasn't the trigger, it was the demolition requirement for this
Okay,
project.
so they were removing enough of the structure that it constituted a demolition, in which case they would need to fully conform with their new build.
That's correct.
Right, but how are you gonna, I mean, which means that they're going to have to come in from the back with the garage? I mean, how, I mean, that's a pretty high.
Forward. There is I believe an exception in the development code for single-family residents built prior to a certain date. I believe around 2005 or somewhere in there, where habitable space above the garage can qualify as closer to it can satisfy that requirement. That's not something that we allow in the standard code for a new build or for a remodel of a newer structure, but there is some flexibility that they might be able to work with depending on what kind of design they're willing to consider. It would be challenging with the site.
So let's just say they started from scratch, that was an empty lot. What would be the requirement? I mean, that's a lot that it would be very difficult if you didn't have a heliport to bring in your car.
Well, there are alternatives under the garage appearance standards. You can either recess the garage relative to the front facade. The garage can comprise less than, I think, 50% of the overall width of the front facade, or you can side load the garage. You can orient the entrance so that the doors are not facing the street. And ultimately, if your lot is such that none of those alternatives can work, then you can apply for a major variance if it's a hardship. You can go through that process. So
Right, but I mean, that's a long process. I mean, I'm looking at the next door neighbor. I mean, they have the same issue, right? Theoretically, to the right.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks like that street has a lot of driveways and garages that are not up to the current code.
But you mean with the garage standard too, they could make just appearance changes to this garage, with the fancy door and put the little eave out there and all that kind of stuff.
they can have living space that would be above the garage that would project out in front of it so that the garage would not be in front of the dwelling. They could side load the garage so that it's not, that the opening isn't facing the street. I mean, it's a site planning exercise that we're not doing here, but it's.
Would that, if, I see these trees in the front, yard, so if they were doing a side, even though it's not in the building envelope, but if would that be something we'd consider, like, well, now to get their car into the side of the garage, we've got to, take out the whole swath of trees in the front yard?
Yes, there are trade-offs with all of this.
Okay, and that's not the exception, because it's not in the building envelope, but it would be needed just for because the driveway is not really part of the envelope, right?
No, the envelope is defined by the required setbacks. So you take the front, sides, and rear setbacks, and everything that is not within those required yards, that is the envelope is.
So that tree exception that's promoted, that doesn't count here, since these trees aren't in the building envelope.
Right, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I think one of the things, and I know this isn't the topic for tonight, but what this is highlighting is our garage appearance standards. So, because we do have a number of older homes that were built in, on funky lots like this, and then we have now new standards that have these, it can't be, needs to be side loading, and it must not, we have a number of different requirements. Now, again, that's not the discussion of tonight, so I don't want us to sidetrack, but I think this is highlighting one of those challenges.
The garage appearance standards do not apply on lots that are less than, is it 50 feet in width, Jessica? There's an exemption for narrow lots where it's just not practical, to meet that standard, yeah.
But not, like, you look at this lot, And to me, it kind of, you understand why the garage is where the garage is, and our current code doesn't allow for.
Yeah.
But again.
And this lot may qualify for relaxed standards. There are a bit more, there's a bit more generosity for lots that have a front lot line less than a certain width. And then there are, as Director Siegel mentioned, exemptions for lots that are below a certain lot width, which, yeah, I think it's 75 to 50 for those. I don't know off the top of my head, and I'm not sure how specifically it would apply to this this case. This was a project that came in under the code prior to the House Bill 2001 middle housing update. So it may not have been eligible for some of the flexibility that was built into that update to the code.
So thank you for.
I think the scenario that you're, perhaps struggling with here is that we have a very complex code, and we have standards that are specific to certain building elements like garages, and we have standards that are unique to neighborhoods that are overlays. And there is no, one code that's going to fit every, every situation, and that's why we have design variances and minor variances, and we have all of these alternative paths. And really, one of the outcomes that we were hearing, one of the outcomes that the neighborhood chairs were interested in when they asked that the city pursue this was having greater conformity to those overlay standards that the community has asked us to put in place. And so if it's not a remodel, then the new development or the replacement development should conform to those standards, those neighborhood standards. And garage appearance is one that is important to the community. And like First Edition has garage standards that are very specific and require orientation to alleys. And having garages that are prominent along the street are really contrary to that neighborhood character. And so, from their perspective, and they can speak for, for themselves, but this is something that they were wanting to see, that, redevelopment or replacement of dwellings would accomplish the vision or the goals of the neighborhood plans. So.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to.
Like you've always said, it's complex.
Absolutely. Okay, well, let's, I have a couple more examples to show tonight, and I can move on. So this is Lake Forest Drive property that was closer than we would allow under today's code to the side setback. So this is a project that did not propose to remove more than 50% of the exterior wall area. They only added about 217 square feet of new floor area, which is 13% of the existing. So this was a project that would not be required to conform with the current code based on the proposed changes to the non-conforming code. Here's the floor plan. You can see the addition at the back. And then you can see this is, it's a little obscured by trees, but you can kind of see here the aerial photo for our next case, which is 3815 South Shore Boulevard. This is a property that has an attached side loading garage that extends about 10 feet into the front yard setback. It was a pretty comprehensive remodel and does exceed 50% of exterior wall area removal, so would be required to comply on that basis, but also does approach, it was in excess of 90% of the maximum floor area. And here's the site plan for that. So this there's that dashed line that the arrow is kind of pointing toward there, shows the front setback, and you can see the garage extending there. So they changed the roof pitch of that garage, and they added a second story that was stepped back to meet the required setback. So this is a good example of development that expands and modifies the existing dwelling, but does so in a way that doesn't increase the degree of nonconformity. And so again, the existing the existing elevation on the top and the proposed new elevation on the bottom.
So did they add a garage?
They kept the existing garage. So if you look, yeah, the
I see
top.
two, okay.
Yeah, so it's the same size of openings. They kept the top plate of the wall in the same place. They added a little bit of a parapet above the flat roof. So this was, qualified as a roof pitch change to go from that pitched roof to a flat roof. And then for, safety and drainage reasons, parapet is sort of considered, as long as they're using the existing top plate, it fits with the current code requirements. Oops. And so here's the existing non-conforming garage here. Okay.
Oh, I see. So just to clarify, under what's being proposed, though, they would have had to move that whole garage part further back onto the lot, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So next case is on Seville Avenue. This was a property that was annexed into the city and had a side wall that it did not meet the street side setback. They were proposing to remove more than 50% of the exterior wall area and would have been required to comply under the proposed code changes on that basis. They were proposing 61% of additional floor area as compared to the existing floor area, and that includes an ADU that they are developing on the site, but they did not exceed the 90% of the maximum. So the sidewall that is within the setback is located here. They did have to make a couple of adjustments to the plan, changing the roof pitch direction and redesigning to use the existing top plate. And you can see the non-conforming existing structure here. Initially, they were proposing to develop within the footprint of the shed. We discussed the possibility of, whether this existing shed would be structurally viable for, a new addition, and they ended up redesigning plans to sort of shift that portion back to meet the street side setback. And here's the front elevation of the existing house. And the last case study here.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Can we go back to that, Seville? So just to clarify now, under this, what's being proposed, this, even though they weren't adding more than 90%, or even though they demolished more than 50% of the structure, they would have had to bring this structure into compliance, right, with the setbacks?
Right, yeah. So based on the demolition requirement, they would, yeah.
But if they had been able to keep 50% of the structure, then they would have met the requirements to maintain the setback if they wouldn't have had to demolish, basically, right? Because they're only adding 62% of the max. The floor area they're adding is only 62% of the max. Is that correct?
Might see if Director Siegel can parse that one out, because the new floor area addition
greater than 50%, isn't it?
Right. So I think that might have triggered conformance.
Jessica, sorry to interrupt. On this one, wasn't it found that, didn't we find, or the applicant found that non-conforming shed structure was not structurally viable, and that was why it ended up having to conform?
They did have to adjust plans in that area. They kept a portion of the non-conforming wall that was structurally viable. Yeah, I guess that the question that I was hearing is whether the new, if they were able to remodel without requiring a demolition permit, would the 61% of new floor area, would that would that trigger them complying under the new code?
Was it exceeding 90% of the maximum?
So it's not exceeding 90% of the maximum.
Then they would have been able to retain their non-conforming.
Okay.
Because the existing, I see, it's just a question of, they're not over 90, but did they add more than 50%? You have, oh, you have to do both?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
hit
can-
both, but I don't know, I guess we,
Yeah,
but I think the real question I want to ask here is what is the benefit? I mean, I'm familiar, I walked past this house, they like kind of picked it apart, you know, and it's kind of barely, why, you know, the setback, it's a big lot, I mean, they could have just and built the house, shifted it, so what's to help us understand, like, why maintain that, why go through all this? It seems to me like trouble to maintain the non-conformity.
I don't know, you'd have to ask the applicant, you know, why they did that, I don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, I mean.
There's got to be a reason. Just trying to help understand, like, what
I think
it's a design reason. You couldn't take this and shift it into conformity, you know, like they don't have room on the other side. You know?
I don't remember. I don't know. I mean, that would be, you'd have to talk to the client and the architect, but they were going based off of what the requirements were. So I think trying to put like what it could be or why didn't they do something, I think, you know, again, you have to go into that time and place, and they're designing to that time and place.
I mean, if you have a non-conforming setback and you're closer to the property line than the code would require today, and you're comfortable with that plan, and you know, that's going to be your house or you have to sell it, you know, maybe the motivation is just to retain as much potential on the lot. You know, you've got essentially a larger envelope to work with that you could potentially add on to, or, you know, add a second dwelling at some point. It's just maximizing what you can do with your lot.
Right. But you still have the floor. I think we're just trying not to, you know, ask complicated questions here, just trying to understand like what the rationale is, what the benefit is. Does this help development? Is this a real hindrance? Like just trying to, so that's what I'm trying to get at, you know.
Well, I think it's also hard to take one project and then apply it to everything. I mean, because.
Well, that's why it's a case study. Yeah, I'm just like
I
this
mean,
particular example, it has a side, they're only trying to keep the side yard setback. It's like, is that, you know.
But you could look at this one and give examples of, oh, they could have done this, they should have done this, but in another example with, you know, a non-conforming side setback,
yeah,
it could be a different story.
Well,
So-
exactly. I'm just asking about this. I mean, we're doing case studies for this reason, because every situation is different.
But what you can't tell from this is like, what's the other setback on the other side?
Exactly.
What else is happening on the property? So we can't really tell you, we don't really know.
No.
They may be putting a pickleball court in. You don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. It'd be, that is,
Just kidding.
for me, that'd be helpful information as we're kind of trying to understand, like, you know, in some of these situations, it's obvious, you know, like the garage, where you can tell what they're trying to do, right? Because they'd have to redo the whole house on this is a big corner lot. So you're like, well, you kind of got, you know, you don't, you know. So I'm just trying to, again, understand what is, you know, helpful, especially when we're talking about whether it's single-family housing or middle housing, you know, I mean, I think that helps in making this legislative decision, kind of understanding the rationale behind it.
Yeah, maybe a question that, I don't know if we have the answer to this, but Jessica, the timing on this permit, did it precede the change in the definition of demolition? Because if it did, then it may have been that they were trying to not pay the demolition tax. That might be one reason, but I mean, that's.
Well, and I guess the other thing is, I think what this case study does for you is it shows you the places where it will be challenging for property owners to comply and places where it won't be as challenging. So I would say, regardless of the decision made by this property owner, it wouldn't be as challenging for them to comply as that one you saw on Wembley Park, where it will be challenging. So I think that's where this is helpful, not trying to figure out the motivations of the applicant, but really trying to say, how big a burden are we putting on someone who's trying to do development in Lake Oswego?
Well, that's right. It seems like it's not a burden, but that's what I'm asking, because maybe there's something we don't know here that, you know, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that this was, often I find that with a street side property line, there's a perception of a larger yard area than often actually exists. Sometimes a new property owner will not account for the right of way, and I think that sometimes that can also kind of increase the pressure on the designer to, really maximize the footprint in the floor area.
I think the other, thing about this, it looks like is that even though they have, quote, demolished this house, what they were building in place is kind of a modern replica of what existed there, and as we look for like that, the neighborhood character being important, that's just my subjective opinion. I just went past, like, oh, they're trying to rebuild this because obviously it's a very old, house, clearly. But what they were building in its place really took the somewhat, of a modern adaptation of what's there right now, as opposed to if you just scrap this, we know what we'd end up with. So, okay, thank you.
Of course. Okay, last case study here. Hopefully.
One quick second. Councilor Afghan has a quick question.
Director, I had this question for you. Does the non-conforming has to be physically in place, or is the concept going to be grandfathered? When we go back to that shed example, the shed was replaced with new structure. Did that go in the same exact location and the concept was grandfathered? My question makes sense?
Yeah, I believe so. Correct me if I'm not hearing you correctly. So the physical structure has to remain in place in order to maintain that entitlement, to maintain that non-conforming right. As soon as it's removed, it's under current standards.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So 4680 Upper Drive, this is another remodel. This case did not meet the threshold to require conformance under the proposed code changes. So they were not removing more than 50% of exterior wall area and would not qualify as a demolition under the updated definition. And while they were adding 130% of the existing floor area, they did not meet the 90% threshold. Again, if I'm understanding that correctly, that's sort of a two-part test. If a project is not meeting the definition threshold and they are in excess of 50% of new floor area added, they would also need to be within 90% of the maximum of floor area to trigger compliance with the current code. Director Siegel.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's a two-part test, right?
Excellent. So here's another floor plan of the remodel. So you can see the development area here, a deck in the back, and then just kind of bumping out a wall here in the living room, the non-conforming sidewall.
The interesting thing about this house is that it changes the complete look. I mean, you would not think it was a remodel. You would think it's a brand new house. So this is an interesting interpretation, as we saw that one example before in the previous meeting where, they basically had a remodeled house and you would have no idea that they're the same house. This would be a case of the same thing. They did a great job of figuring out how to do this, but it's, so it wasn't demoed per se, it was just completely reimagined. So anyway, this shows how it can work in a different variation. So this is a great example, Jessica.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of creative problem solving.
Yes, there was in this house.
Okay. So the key implementation issues that this code change is seeking to remedy, the substantial amount of staff time spent reviewing non-conforming remodels to determine their compliance, which slows down the permitting process, not just for those applicants, but for everybody. There are these cases where structural deficiencies are found after partial demolition or deconstruction, which is after the full review process, and that can send an applicant back to the drawing board when they're already, fairly well committed to the project that they've been working on, and that can be a real frustration for customers. There's often multiple corrections or redesigns needed on these projects, and earlier assistance would be very helpful, I think, to applicants who are working on these projects, just to kind of make sure that they are considering all of the possibilities and that they're comfortable with, kind of the risk that they're taking on. And then the last issue is just the timing of inspections. So making sure that staff has the capacity and the coordination available to verify that after the partial deconstruction or partial demolition, the non-conforming structural components are still kept on site, that things have not been, whether, intentionally or incidentally demolished, or they haven't been, found to be, insufficient to the future construction via dry rot or outdated construction techniques or things like that. So it takes a fair bit of coordination to make sure that not only are the plans in compliance with what the code would allow, but also that, the plans are executed as they're approved. So I'm going to hand it back to Director Siegel to kind of go over the recommendations and wrap things up. And then we can answer any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. And just to conclude, the Planning Commission has recommended approval of the code amendments. As you heard, they did receive testimony primarily on the exceptions that were proposed. That I should mention were not part of the Neighborhood Chairs Committee's recommendation or request, and in fact did receive testimony, and I believe the council received testimony from members of the community that are not supportive of making exceptions for remodels or reconstruction projects that are for the purpose of creating middle housing or that are creating income-restricted affordable housing, which were two of the exceptions that the staff had proposed and that the Planning Commission did support. And really the reason for the policy objective there is just really to provide flexibility for housing that we've identified as needed housing that is consistent with the city's goals around housing production. And the other, I guess, comment to make on this is that the state does require that, or the state allows that we can be more forgiving in how we regulate middle housing with respect to single family development, but we cannot be more restrictive with middle housing. So you do have the ability to put those exceptions in place to try to help facilitate middle housing or affordable housing, but you're not obligated to, of course, and any restrictions that we place on middle housing must be equivalent to what we have on single family. So that concludes the staff presentation, and glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Afghan.
Director, could you high-level justify the reasons for middle housing and affordable housing exceptions?
Flexibility. We haven't seen any middle housing produced since the middle housing codes were put in place, yeah.
And you think this exception is going to enable that?
I think it'll be very few and far between that we see, this exception used for middle housing. I think, if you think about a scenario where someone has a single family house and they're trying to create, a duplex, or they're trying to create more than an accessory dwelling unit out of their residence. And, historically, you could see, homes in some of the older cities that were converted, that were very large, homes that were divided and created apartments. And you see this in college towns particularly. So if someone were motivated to do that, it would be very difficult. You think about, a single family house has mechanical systems, stairways, halls, garage, all of these sort of space planning challenges. So providing flexibility to retain a non-conforming setback or to be able to maintain that non-conforming garage that we were talking about, that could make the difference. We don't know, this is all speculative, but it's all in the spirit of providing flexibility for this housing that we say we need, that there's a housing shortage for middle housing or alternative housing types.
I'm trying not to turn this into a debate, so I'm just going to ask questions. Based on my previous question, I think you said the actual physical non-conforming structure has to be in place, and if it's demolished, then that non-conforming exception goes away. So for the affordable housing or middle housing, is that the same?
The same principle would apply, and that you would have to maintain that, that one wall left standing that we talk about. If you wanted to retain that non-conforming right, you would have to maintain the wall. If it's not structurally sound, then it's treated just like any other development.
Okay, so if there's a wall that's non-conforming and someone wants to build condos going up, they cannot take that wall up. It only stays at the elevation that it currently is, correct?
Yeah, if it's non-conforming as to the setbacks, it could not be made any taller within the required setback, but it could be maintained, where it's at. So, I mean, as you can imagine, it's very difficult to try to remodel a structure in that way and to create multiple units on top of or building onto a non-conforming structure. It'll be unusual, but providing that flexibility is something that we and the Planning Commission supported.
Okay, so another question. If a building, let's assume this is affordable housing or middle housing. If a building is demolished more than 50%, let's say 60%, and there is a non-conforming space on the remaining 40%, does the builder or developer gets to keep that? Or because it's all demolished now under demolition, then that all goes away?
They would be able to keep that, and they would be able to build onto it. That is the exception, or one of the exceptions that is proposed, and the planning department would require that they record a development restriction so that, they're only really entitled to that if they fulfill this exception, that it is deed restricted affordable housing or middle housing. Yeah.
Next question. Projects that are on public property are also exempt. Can you tell me the logic behind that?
Yeah, the logic there is a bit tenuous, I will admit, but it comes from the existing demolition ordinance, and so the demolition tax does not apply to dwellings on public property. And, it's very few of those exist, but occasionally the city does acquire properties that have residential structures on them, and that's really the purpose for that.
It sounds like we are the government and we should be granted exceptions.
You can be the judge of that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Wendland.
I think it's whose department gets the $15,000 is what, I think that's why we exempted it, so we didn't have inter-family fights. So can you do the larger picture, the affordable housing part to Councilor Afghan's questions? We're giving them, or not them, we're giving the opportunity to provide middle housing more options than we are just a single family person that's building their house? Or I didn't really see a whole lot of difference. Is there? Does that make sense?
Councilor, one difference in terms of what the scale or the impact of each would be?
If I'm putting in multi-family housing, I still have to conform to everything that the single-family housing person has to do. Is that correct?
If you're putting in, are we talking about middle housing, or are we talking about something higher density or larger?
Whatever.
Okay.
I mean, I guess if it's not going to be a single house, are are there better conditions for building multiple housing than a single house?
This would be favorable toward the project that is creating middle housing. So if they were building or if they were remodeling, adding on to a single-family dwelling, creating a duplex or something larger up to a quadplex, this would allow the property owner to maintain that non-conforming setback or the non-conforming garage. They would be able to keep that. Where even if they were removing more than 50% of the rest of the structure or adding on to the extent that it's more than 90% of the allowed lot coverage. So it's intentional, it's flexibility for those types of housing, middle housing and affordable housing.
But in the same token, I mean, when we went through the whole middle housing exercise, I think it was clear at that council's timeframe that we wanted, whether it's a multiple house, multiple family house, or a single house, they all had to play by the same rules of it's going to look the same and conform to our codes in the same way, even if they have 2 units or it's a single house. Am I correct?
Yeah, that was my understanding. And so both middle housing, single family housing are subject to the same standards insofar as we regulate non-conforming development. And now we're ratcheting up, so to speak, the criteria, the parameters for remodeling or adding on to single-family housing. And this is the policy question. Should we keep the thresholds where they are today for middle housing and affordable housing in terms of being able to maintain a non-conforming right, or should we, bring the tide lifts all boats? So you have a choice, and it's, the Middle Housing Committee did raise this as an issue, and they were concerned about demolitions. They were concerned about, sort of this aspect of non-conforming developments and the prospect that middle housing would create, more density, if not more mass, on a lot. And that's how we came away with this initiative or this task to look at the demolition code and non-conforming development code. But since then, it's been 3 years since we started that discussion about middle housing, and some things have changed. There's a much more, intentional body of work around housing. We are trying to remove barriers to housing, particularly the housing that is, meeting those who have the greatest need, smaller dwelling units and affordable units. So anyway, I'll get off the soapbox, but that's why that was proposed.
So there's an or between these 2 sentences, right? So the first paragraph in this new code applies to anything that demolishes more than 50%. So even if it's middle housing, it would still apply. It's only the second, at least when I read the code, the draft code, there's an or. So the middle housing exception would only apply to those buildings where they're adding 50% of new square footage and exceeding the 90%. So could you clarify that? Because I think the middle housing exception does not apply to the first paragraph, I think.
Okay, so.
Page 1 of the code, the draft 50.01006, 2 sub B, it says in a residential zone, shall be removed or brought into conformance upon demolition or. So it only has to satisfy one of these 2 to have to come into conformance.
Yes, that's right. If it's demolition, if it meets the criteria for demolition, it must come into conformance if it's an increase in floor area, or if it's an increase in floor area to that extent.
I only bring it up because I think the majority of projects are probably going to qualify under paragraph 1, and that will apply to all of them, including middle housing types. This exception would only apply if you're substantially increasing the size of an existing dwelling, which would be more appropriate in the context of if you're going to build a duplex or a triplex. So it actually would be more meaningful. It's still a policy question for you about whether you want to allow that exception. I'm just saying that I think it's more narrowly crafted than it might appear based on the comments that you've been getting over emails.
Yeah,
Well, the exception, I'm sorry, City Manager Bennett, so the exception that's on page 2 of the code under subsection 3A5, nonconforming dwelling in a residential zone, yeah, may maintain its nonconformity notwithstanding the requirements above.
Sorry, I read the code wrong.
Okay.
Scott's right.
Yeah, so really, it's middle housing, affordable housing would be exempt from this requirement to come into full conformity, whether they're demolishing or they're adding on. It's a blanket exception. It's a free, basically they would be able to continue as they would today with that non-conforming part of the structure.
And in doing so, that would give them opportunity that single-family people would not have.
That would not have going forward. If you were to approve this code change, yeah.
Okay. In all my discussions that I listened to about this, how did and I'm not making judgment, but how did the preservation of large native trees get in there? Because that was no one mentioned trees ever.
Yeah, so that came out of some very early discussions with the Planning Commission, and also I believe in a study session. I'll have to go back and listen, but there were discussions about how forcing development to come into full conformity with the code could create a sort of an adverse incentive to remove trees. So in other words, if you have this non-conforming structure that's closer to one property line than it would otherwise be allowed to be, and there's a significant tree on the other side yard, now there, in terms of like a remodel or an addition, there may be more options or more alternatives that would be considered reasonable for saving that tree and not, wiping it out because you've got a larger space.
Who gets to make that decision? The applicant?
Yeah, so the applicant under this code, the applicant would say, I'm going to be removing more than 50% of the walls, or I'm adding on more than 50% and exceeding 90% of what's allowed. And I want to take this exception because I've got a 50-inch Doug fir tree that's within the envelope that I'm actually able to preserve with my plan, but that you wouldn't otherwise require me to preserve because I've got this envelope that I can develop and I can maximize it. So that's where it came from, that there was a concern that forcing these projects into, well, I'm going to have to fully conform anyway, so I'm just going to demolish the whole thing and start over and build within the full envelope that's afforded to me. This would be an alternative where they're saving that 50-inch Doug fir, and then the trade-off there is that they're allowed to keep that non-conforming part of the structure.
But that would be totally up to the homeowner.
It would be up to the homeowner, and it's unlike the process that we have to, it's...
So in other words, I guess what I'm saying is we're not starting to change the tree code. I don't want to get into alterations of the tree code through another.
No, I understand. So, Councilor Wendell, this is not changing the tree code, and we have provisions in the development code today that provide exceptions where the development is preserving a significant tree, and they're really in the commercial area. So Lake Grove Village Center area, if you retain a significant, I think it's a substantial tree, there's a term for it.
Right.
Then you're allowed to reduce the area that is required to be landscaped. You can even reduce the number of required parking spaces. So there's precedent for this, and it doesn't involve changing the tree code. It is actually a development standard. It's not a tree code.
Right. I just want to make the homeowner the judge and jury instead of having us come in where all of a sudden now we can have all kinds of appeals, and it puts it behind to try to save a tree that somebody else thinks that you should save it, that somebody else.
Yeah,
so this is purely at the homeowner discretion or the property owner's discretion of
It's the property owner's discretion. The staff would not have the authority to impose this or to apply it without.
Okay. And so essentially this allows then somebody to, if the house were over here and a tree was here and they wanted to kind of keep this but redo it, they could still say, hey, we're going to save the tree, but it's my decision. Let's keep it there.
That's correct.
Okay, good.
They don't have to ask the tree.
They don't have to ask the tree.
They don't have to ask the tree. They don't have to apply for a variance.
Okay.
I mean, that's really the key change here. They don't have to apply for a variance.
Good. No, and if the tree is named, that's fine too. I just want to make sure that we weren't kind of getting into the tree code in this in a backwards sort of way. So I think this is a great solution, and I think it gives the property owner all their choices. And, okay, thank you.
Good. Councilor Afghan.
Director, what's the definition of certain size or larger?
It's a tree that is at least 30 inches. It's a native tree, 30 inches in diameter or greater. And then if there are no native trees of that size within the building envelope, any native tree that is greater than 15 inches in diameter. So it's trying to preserve trees. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Corrigan.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me. I wasn't here for the first go-around, so I'm getting started right here. I'm hoping that you can walk us through the example at 875 Lake Forest, and let's pretend that middle housing is coming in with the existing setback that's there. And can you explain to me how that would change how that lot might be used and the impact on the neighbors?
Okay, I might ask Ms. Maury Collins or Carrie
Great.
if we can bring up
Fantastic.
that example. Yeah. I mean, the short answer, I guess the short answer is that the development standards would apply the same as to whether it was a single-family remodel or middle housing, except they would be able to retain, and Jessica can point out what was non-conforming here.
Right, so this had a side yard setback nonconformity. So the side wall there, the aerial photograph is a little bit shifty. It looks like it's right on top of the side lot line. It's probably a little bit actually further in, but still closer than the code would allow today. And I don't remember off the top of my head if this was R7-5 or R10, but it would definitely be at least a 5-foot setback, more likely a 10-foot setback if they were to have to rebuild in conformance with code. But in this case, they were not exceeding any of the thresholds to require conformance under the new proposed code. So in this case,
sorry, if this were middle housing
Right.
development,
What if a developer comes in and puts a duplex, triplex, fourplex on there? What happens with that setback where it is? I'm concerned about the impact on the neighbors, and I don't really understand what that would look like. So that's what I'm hoping you'll help me with.
yeah, Councilor Corrigan, I mean, one scenario would be that it's an internal remodel of the house and it doesn't affect the exterior walls. It's not removing any percentage of the exterior or really having any direct effect or impact on the neighbor. So from that standpoint, nothing would, they could retain that non-conforming setback and add a second unit, to the structure. Alternatively, if they were demolishing more than half of the exterior walls, and if it were a single-family house that was replacing that house, they would be required to conform to the code. The setback would increase. But under this exception, if it were more than 50% demolished and they were replacing that with two dwellings or quadplex, they would be allowed to retain that non-conforming setback.
Yeah.
In terms of that existing wall, they would not be able to extend the wall vertically, add a second or third story, abutting the neighbor, but they would be able to retain that existing wall and its configuration today.
So my concern about that is if you're the neighbor on the left, all of a sudden you've got a lot more activity, you've got a lot more noise, you've got a lot more people, you've got a lot more cars. It's just, it's going to have impacts, and they're going to be, they're not going to land evenly. And that's just one of the concerns that I have about that particular exception. I'm new to the game, so I'm just trying to learn.
I understand that. And really the difference that we're talking about here is if the setback today were, say, 3 feet, worst case scenario, it's really right on top of the property line, and the minimum setback were applied, it would be maybe 10 feet. So we're talking about 7 feet. And, depending on how how the floor plan is laid out, it could be that there's really only one dwelling unit that is abutting that neighbor, and then there's, a second dwelling unit, or it could be that there are, 2 units. It just depends on what the floor plan is looking like and where, parking goes.
So how much bigger could the building envelope on this lot be, retaining that almost no setback? I mean, how much bigger could the building envelope be if a developer came along and wanted to set like a fourplex in there? How big could it be? Could you tell me?
Yeah, and I'll ask for Jessica's help with the numbers, but get the terminology straight. I'll try to get the terminology straight. So the building envelope is the area that is theoretically buildable within the required setbacks, so it's a rectangle. Building footprint, is that what you're asking about, Councilor?
Yeah, so
building footprint would be the outline of the structure itself.
No, but if someone came along and they just wanted to retain that one wall that sits right on the property line?
Keep going straight down.
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't be able to extend that non-conforming wall any further
They can't
back on the property. And Jessica had a diagram earlier that showed us what you can or cannot do with a non-conforming wall. Yeah.
I think, Director, the question is, what's the maximum lot coverage for this specific lot?
Oh.
So it depends a bit on the design that's proposed. Lot coverage maximums depend on the height of the proposed structure. And essentially, the taller that you build, the less lot coverage the code affords you. So if they were planning to build a structure that is, in most residential zones, taller than 25, 26 feet, they would be allowed a 25% footprint compared to the overall size of the lot. So it really depends. The range is 25 to 35% in low density residential zones. So if they built a very short structure with kind of a low profile, they would be able to cover more of the lot.
And
so it's not a very competitive, but
and the floor, the maximum floor area and the lot coverage is the same whether it's a single family home or more middle housing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And middle housing would be allowed on this lot now.
Correct.
So it's just really a question of whether you allow the nonconformity to continue.
It's coming.
Did that, Councilor Corrigan, did that answer your question? Did you have any other questions?
That was helpful. Thank
Okay.
you.
Did the Planning Commission, they have recommended this one exception for the trees, but kind of going back to that one example we looked at with the garage, was there any talk about exceptions for preserving trees that are outside of the building envelope? Did that come up at all?
No, Mayor, that was not part of the deliberation, and admittedly, it wasn't proposed as an alternative. We didn't present that as an alternative. The thought being that trees that are not within the envelope are protected by the tree code when there are reasonable if they're significant and there are reasonable alternatives to design around and avoid impacting them. Those are the trees that we're in the best position to actually preserve.
So like in this garage example, would that just a different, maintaining that garage, and would we consider that a reasonable alternative? Or we say, well, you got to turn this thing to the side and put the driveway in.
And it's hard to say. So the standard was garage appearance, and so if the garage was non-conforming and they were demolishing or adding on to the extent that it required conformance, then it's not keeping the garage as a non-conforming element. Right. If the tree is within the envelope as we've discussed, then that would be an exception. If it's not within the envelope,
what's the tricky thing? So, because we've heard from neighbors apparently that garage appearance is very important, but then we've also heard from neighbors that preservation of trees is very important.
Right.
So do we favor the appearance of the garage for having to mow down the trees to put in a side driveway. I mean, that's tricky. I mean, is there a way for us to work through that as a, you know, an exception when the garage is already there? They're just trying to remodel.
Mr. Mayor, I heard that this is the option of the homeowner. So
Right.
if that's the case, the homeowner would make that decision?
No.
That's not what I heard?
No.
There is,
We're talking about something else here.
yeah, there is a minor variance process for, you know, reducing setbacks and other dimensional standards where you're preserving a significant tree or a tree. So there is that process that is in the code, and I know that you've heard from time to time that, well, why didn't the city require, you know, this applicant to apply for a variance in order to save a tree under the tree code? And that's not,
Right.
you know, we can't compel someone to apply for a variance.
Right.
This exception is trying to get us, it's not obviously going to get us all the way there, but it's trying to at least provide that option in the code for an applicant, for a property owner to, you know, save the tree where it would otherwise be eligible for removal under the tree code or under, you know, development.
Right. So what we're talking about here is where there's an exception that exists for preserving a tree that's within the building envelope, but there's sometimes trees outside the building envelope that are still impacted because you need to put the driveway in. So that's what we're talking about, but this doesn't cover that. So we may, under this code, require them to make modifications that the modifications themselves don't impact trees, but then it's because they have to reshift the driveway. Well, then you end up taking, because that is something we say when you end up taking out a large swath of the trees on the property for the hard surfaces. That's what we're talking about.
I think if I may, I think, you know, if the property is that constrained that the driveway or utilities, could be a sewer line, sewer lateral,
Right. Yeah.
is going to disrupt or remove the tree, then, I mean, that's a different kettle of, I mean, that's a different problem. I mean, really, it's not one of a non-conforming structure, and what sort of alternatives or solutions do we have around that? That is really, you know, it's just a sort of a byproduct of having these very constrained lots, and, you know, lots that are narrow or oddly configured that we have in, you know, many places around the community.
But it is a trade-off
Yeah.
between bringing the structure into conformity in regards to the appearance of a garage, you know, which apparently is really important, you know, to some people, versus preserving a stock of trees in the front yard, you know,
It's property owners' rights, sort of, to this.
Not really, because we would make them come into conformity with the garage and take down the trees. So it's
You're
not their option.
dictators, that's right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
No, I mean, I think you get into a lot of, like, it's the weeds that we're talking about. I guess two questions. One, do we get to pick the paint color, Jessica, on your thing? No, I'm just kidding. Have we run this by builders so that I mean, what's their temperature on this? Do they think we're on cue? Do they think they're nuts? I mean, are they like, oh no, this is going to be harder, easier?
Well, the Planning Commission received testimony from builders that was, you know, not in favor of adding these parameters to, you know, non-conforming development. Some of the, you know, comments, at least in my outreach to the Home Builders Association, the input was, well, maybe setting the threshold higher in that you're able to retain, or you're able to, you know, remove more of the structure, or you're able to add on more, and you know, without triggering this, would be an alternative. But, you know, so we did reach out, we did hear back, and this, you know, Planning Commission was trying to balance those two, you know, points of view on it.
Right. I guess I understand the demolition, the 50% and all that stuff. We're stepping on some toes. I'm more questioning the middle housing part, or if there's something else that we think, are they all of a sudden salivating now, going, oh, yippee, now I can get around stuff? I mean, it's like we said before, you know, we set the code, and then the free market pretty much figures out how to manipulate the code to their best advantage. And I'm a little unclear on the middle housing part, whether this is going to be if we allow that part, if that's going to be huge opportunity for them to come up with some creative ways to not be within the sort of the intention of the code, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, what I would say is that the representative from the Home Builders Association who I spoke with as we were developing this, this was not something that came from the HBA. This is something that staff trying to channel, what we're hearing about housing and the city's interest in trying to facilitate more economical forms of housing. It was really staff initiated. So I don't know who might be speculating and looking at different projects and whether or not this is something that'll even benefit them.
How many middle housing applications have we had thus far?
Zero. We've had pre-application conferences for prospective middle housing, but nothing has materialized yet.
Okay, why don't, thank you everyone for the good questions. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Ms. Moore Collins. Why don't we move into the public hearing here now. And we have Ms. Ockert signed up to testify, aside from Chief Johnson.
Are we limiting testimony to 30 minutes?
Yes, we're
tonight?
limiting because of the outcry, 30 seconds. No. I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah,
Good
30
evening.
30 minutes.
2 more pages.
30 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. Carol Ockert, representing the Neighborhood Chairs Committee. Thank you, Council, for your diligent work to fix Lake Oswego's demolition code. You started with a work session in March of 2022, and here we are tonight with the final component that wraps this up and gets the demolition project across the finish line. In the midst of a busy schedule with many concerns, thank you for following through. After many hours of research and outreach across the community, staff has prepared the well-considered language that's before you tonight. The Neighborhood Chairs Committee supports their work, and the code language is written by staff and passed by the Planning Commission, but does not support the exemptions for middle housing and affordable housing. Council, first you fixed the definition of demolition, next you set the demolition tax amount, then you established a threshold for deconstruction. Tonight you address the pretend remodel that has been a joke in the community for years. From your March Council memo you said, quote, "We expressed a desire for only true remodels to maintain various non-conforming entitlements," end quote. What Councillor Wynne referred to as passing the straight face test. We are a community that primarily builds replacement housing. An old house comes down and a new one goes up. When that next home is built in Lake Oswego, that will stand for another 40+ years. Lake Oswego's land use code needs to be followed rather than cleverly avoided with an end run around it. It's part of what will maintain our desirability as a place to live. To get us to tonight, you directed staff and Planning Commission to do a deep dive into the details. Planning Commission took a tour, conducted numerous open work sessions, and considered public testimony. An Uplands resident read the citywide mailing notice and went to the PC public hearing. The property owner asked why a home that was as good as demolished was being allowed to rebuild an extra-large detached garage structure with an approximately 30-foot-long rear wall standing inside the setback that runs along her side property line and in places less than 12 inches back. She wanted to know if this new code would help her. Staff appropriately explained that the project next to her was approved under the existing code. It wasn't what she had hoped to hear. I did go and look at her property and saw what will be grandfathered in when the developer completes this extensive remodel. I could only validate her feeling of frustration. This fix won't fix it for her, but the new code language before you tonight will address it for many more residents and the community going forward who expect our land use code to mean something and be implemented. They are tired of seeing the obvious end run. The new code incorporates standards that are in line with the newly adopted definition of demolition. This keeps with the Council's goal of having consistent, predictable code. And with the goal to make our development code more efficient, the Planning Commission findings state that this new code quote, improves predictability in the permit process. The PC findings state that the proposed new code language, quote, balances flexibility for development with neighborhood character and avoids impact on neighboring properties. That's why staff started by convening a working group comprised of staff, the chair of the DRC, a neighborhood rep, and a developer with extensive experience in Lake Oswego with both new builds and remodels. From the outset, in the spirit of cooperation, staff strove to incorporate collaboration and balance into this language. The NCC understands this need for balance, considering developers, property owners, adjacent neighbors, neighborhoods, and city property tax. You are hearing compromise, a mix of interests, balance. All of that is required in good code. It has already been fine-tuned and is ready to be adopted. The PC findings also note that the new code allows for addressing unique and difficult site conditions with continuing the options for a minor variance, a process that's typically a simple staff decision, a major variance, and RID. For a number of years, there's been expressed by councils the desire to encourage preservation of some of our older homes with their unique appearances, some with solid craftsman style or other unique and charming designs. Keeping and taking advantage of pre-existing nonconformities can be a desirable carrot in the property upgrade. This new code language provides that carrot if you keep more of the original home standing, or if you incorporate more of the original home into the upgraded property by staying within the generous add-on percentage. Finally, a real code incentive. Now I come to the reasons why middle housing and affordable housing should not be exempt from this code, meaning they can completely demolish and still retain all their non-conforming rights. The negative impact of a nonconformity is multiplied with middle housing. A quadplex 8 inches from your property line has the potential to be much more impactful. A development could stop being designated as affordable housing, but the building can't be moved out of the setback. The adjacent neighbors are unequally carrying the subsidy up front and going forward over the next 40+ years. Planning Commission did not send you this message. They included an exemption for middle housing and affordable housing. I believe they would have come to a different decision if, quite honestly, I had not forgotten to include in the public hearing testimony the recommendation of the Middle Housing Citizens Advisory Committee, a diverse group of stakeholders designed and appointed by City Council to, quote, conserve the community's quality of life by planning for change and growth. This committee consisted of a non-voting City Council liaison and PC liaison, and the voting members consisting of DRC, 50+, HRAB, SAB, Community Equity, NCC, Building Industry, Affordable Housing, an architect, and a realtor. The question was asked, should the city offer regulatory incentives for projects that include affordable and/or accessible units in the middle housing developments? Here's what that diverse community group determined. Their message, as recorded in staff-prepared key issue memo, quote, do not provide regulatory incentives, example, floor area bonus, increased number of units, reduction in setbacks, reduction in offset parking, for middle housing developments that include affordable and/or accessible units. Do not provide regulatory incentives for any type of middle housing projects. An item had to receive more than 2/3 of support from the group to be carried forward. This received vote support of 70%. The Middle Housing CAC understood that regulatory code incentives like reduced setbacks are not the right way to incentivize middle housing and affordable housing. Quoting from the staff summary, committee members voiced concern that loosening these zoning requirements could diminish many of the characteristics that residents stated that they valued about their neighborhood during the neighborhood character survey conducted earlier this year. Members also expressed concerns that regulatory incentives could produce less desirable housing than would be produced otherwise. with members noting that low-income residents should be offered the same quality of housing that would be offered with market-rate housing, end quote. I grew up in subsidized, affordable middle housing. I understand the lived experience. Honestly, we want standards for middle housing and affordable housing built in Lake Oswego to be equal with single family. The message of the Middle Housing CAC, regulatory incentives should not be offered for any middle housing projects. I would also add the Housing Production Strategy Task Force has just held their first meeting. Allow them to do their job before choosing and implementing code that relates to middle housing production and affordable housing production. Please pass the code as written for pre-existing nonconformities without the exemption for middle housing or affordable housing. Thank you again for your time and for implementing and directing the fix to our demolition code package. What's before you tonight gets us to done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ockert. All right, seeing no one else here to testify, I will close the public hearing. And we will entertain a motion on this ordinance. Someone like to make a motion? You want to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, do we get to deliberate on the?
Yes, we make a motion, then we deliberate.
I make that motion.
Move to tentatively approve ordinance 2891 and direct staff to return on February 21st, 2023 with a final version of the ordinance, including findings and conclusion for LU 220008.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay. Discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Afghan.
I had a question for Carol, that NCC does not support the exceptions for middle housing and affordable housing. I wanted to know how many of the neighborhood association chairs were under the NCC for this topic.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
No?
Sorry, no.
Okay.
Yeah, she had her chance to provide her comments, so.
We do not ask questions? It's okay.
We should have had you ask the question before the public hearing was closed. I believe, however, in the record, and I'm going to just look over there and we're going to see if there's any nodding. It says there are 15 neighborhoods represented. Thank you.
Thank you. I read through the documents. I agree with everything that's recommended. I'm concerned about the exceptions. There are 3 exceptions that I'm concerned with: middle housing, affordable housing, and projects on public property. And those exceptions seems like we are giving preference to certain group of people that may or may not need that. What I'm talking about is how many affordable housing or middle housing have we seen? And if we approve this exception, what is it going to do to the neighborhoods? So if somebody wants to do middle housing, more power to them, comply with the current today's codes. That's where I am right now.
Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor
I'm just
Corrigan.
a big fan of treating everybody the same, and then you don't get unintended consequences is what I'm really concerned about with this. And I know that we do have a committee coming up that will study this, and I know they'll do a wonderful job. So my question would be to you is, if we pass this without the exceptions, will that committee have the opportunity, after some study looking at what's happening now, to amend that? Can they come back later and look at this and see what we made, the Housing Production Committee, will they have an opportunity, if we chose to pass this without the exceptions, treat everybody the same, can they come back and, working with real-time information about what's happening, amend this and add these exceptions later if they feel it's appropriate?
Well,
I mean, of course, that can happen if that's the way you want it to happen.
I think this, the way I think about these exceptions is, just to providing, it's not a requirement that anyone do anything. I think we can be realistic that to date, as the director said, we've had 0 applications for middle housing. So the idea that this is somehow going to be extremely impactful one way or another is somewhat unrealistic. Providing this kind of flexibility, I think, is consistent with our other policies that we have made clear around desire to address this kind of missing types of housing in the community. And again, this is just one tool to provide some flexibility, and in many cases, it may not even make sense. I think it's, I take note that whether it's single-family housing or middle housing, the floor area ratios, the things that are really impactful, the size of the structure, these things don't change. It's just being able, in the same exception with the trees, trying to encourage what we're looking to see more of, which is more diverse housing types in town. I mean, that's something that we've making a concerted effort, and with this task force making a concerted effort to do. And looking to preserve more existing vegetation, especially significant trees. I mean, that's been a big piece too. So I think this handles both things. I don't think that either one of these exceptions, though, are the panacea, of course, for tree removal. I don't also think it's going to go anywhere near creating the incentives that we need to look at in terms of producing more needed housing. Is we only have to look and see what we're getting right now, which is just, we get a lot of development, but it's all single-family homes, whether it's, regardless. So I'm comfortable with what the Planning Commission has deliberated on. Personally, I just don't think that, I think that what they've decided is consistent with, the policy directions that we've kind of promulgated here going forward. Councilor Wendland.
How about Councilor Burdick? She go ahead. I've talked already. You can.
I think for me, the one exception that I'm not super comfortable with is the middle housing exception, just because developers can come in and then they're selling these units, but they're multi-million-dollar units. And I do understand that we need, more diversity in our housing, but I think we can still do that without allowing this exception. If we can allow this exception for affordable housing, I think that might be a nice incentive for getting more affordable housing within the community. So that's where I'm leaning at this point.
Part of me is when you have non-conforming houses that some were built in the 20s or 30s or different things, there's some pretty wacky things that are in Lake Oswego. I mean, I have to admit, you wonder, oh my gosh, how did they build the barn in the corner of their lot? And it's, 20 feet tall and it's still sitting there, and they make sure that that stays in pristine condition because they're going to remodel their house. And I think we're taking a pretty big step with what we're doing now with the demolition code, which I think is going to be a change to a number of aspects of how we're going to be building. I applaud the staff for bringing this up and having it as a discussion point, because I think it's an important topic, because we've been, from the top of our state leadership, they want more housing and they want aggressive plans to make it happen. On the other hand, I think we represent a community that values 15 neighborhoods plus. I know that there's 20 neighborhoods that weren't even at the table that are probably thinking, how is my life going to change with this new legislation? I think it's early to see where we're at with middle housing, the impacts. And so I guess I'm in favor of it, other than for the exceptions, because I'm with Trudy that it's the, I don't like exceptions, because I think the more exceptions you make, the harder the code is to a certain extent. And I'd say let it move through the process with the whole middle income or middle housing, 2003, 2004, 2005, whatever House bills we have ahead of us. And I think, I don't know if this will have a huge impact on middle housing. I think we need to be a little bit more strategic on figuring out how to get more middle housing and affordable housing in here with similar projects like Merrillhurst and the Boones Ferry projects. That's where I think we're going to see it, instead of remodeling, $1 million houses. So anyway, that's just kind of where my thoughts are.
Okay, Councilor Afghan.
I was justifying those exceptions in my head until Councilor Corrigan brought up that example of that house that was almost on the property line and 30, 40 feet. And then I go, what happens if somebody keeps that wall and turns that into affordable housing or middle housing? And as a neighbor, or as a neighbor who lives in that neighborhood, I wouldn't appreciate that kind of a variance or that kind of a approval. I think regulatory exceptions, I have a tough time doing that, but if we want to enable affordable housing or middle housing, I'm all for financial incentives that actually helps building the buildings and not trying to force something that's non-conforming and the neighborhoods don't like it, and so on and so forth. So regulatory exceptions, I'm challenging that and saying why. I don't know how much is going to enable it, and it creates so much exceptions, especially with the example that Councilor Corrigan brought up. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? All right.
Is there going to be a motion to amend the main motion? I don't know, I'm just counting to 4.
Let's take a vote. And then.
Before you do, if they vote against the main motion, what happens? I think if the motion's going to be amended, it needs to be amended now, I think.
Yeah, thank you. That was my concern as well. So the motion pending before you that was seconded is to adopt the code as is. So I think that if someone would like to make an amendment to that motion, now is a more appropriate time to do it, as opposed to voting down the main motion and then making another motion to amend the code exhibits. I agree with the city. It's just a cleaner way to do it. You could vote on the pending motion, but the cleaner way to do it, I think, is to, if you feel there is support, to amend the current motion to say you would like to, let's see, what's the exhibit?
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
No, like what I have heard from my colleagues is some worried about middle housing, but some think also that we can let affordable housing slide, but middle housing, no. I've heard that, and others say both, or even with, three said that, but two, like 4 said that maybe we can move on to the, so to strike a bargain between us, can we just say maybe middle housing, but we leave affordable housing and the trees and the public?
I mean,
What do
honestly,
you think?
I see it.
I would like to vote for all of them, but if we.
I know, I
have-
think
yeah.
we're in the minority here.
Yeah, so that's, yeah.
I think that,
Yeah.
let me, hold on. I don't think that either way, I hear what everyone's saying. I mean, in general, our policy has been to try and be flexible with these housing types that we know need some flexibility because they are not obviously easily able to be built in the community, because we have seen none. I don't think this is, to some of your points, there's obviously ways we're gonna be looking at this year to provide needed housing. This is before us right now. This is one tiny tool. I don't think it's necessarily consistent with our policy to say we're gonna spend this effort looking at it, but when we're afforded the opportunity to provide one small tool, which may not even ever be used, we say, well, we're not comfortable doing that. I just don't see how, if we're not comfortable doing this, how we're gonna be comfortable with other incentives. I think this goes.
We could easily do. No, I don't think so either.
I don't see why not. If this is a small way that we can provide some flexibility for housing that we have not seen any of in town. But I also don't think, but I kind of see what everyone's saying, is it's not gonna be even used that much. I just hear it's like, oh, what's gonna happen? It's like, it probably might not ever be used, ever. So I see it both ways, but it's hard to understand how we're moving towards providing these incentives, but in some measure of flexibility that has a tiny chance of ever being used, just something that could be used maybe on that one lot where it maybe is needed. We say, well, we're not quite sure about that. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to understand, well, where we are going to be providing the incentives then, if not this, which is the one that we may never, so that's just my take on it. But I can say I don't think it's going to have a big impact either way.
Yeah.
But I just, it's Councilor Raff.
The Lake Oswego I want to live in and do live in is the one that treats everybody, no matter how big or small or business-oriented they are, the same. This is, if we want to do affordable housing, middle housing, as written, this is not the way to do it. Pure and simple. Happy to look at amendment if someone wants to make the motion.
But then let's vote, and everybody give their view. Yeah. Let's do democracy.
Okay, the democracy would be to make an
Democracy
amendment.
works, yeah. For me, yeah.
Just to clarify the discussion I'm hearing, if you all, if there is a counselor that would like to make an amendment to the current proposed code language, it should look something like you move to amend attachment 2, and you would be moving to strike 3 sub A, sub 5, sub 1, and possibly sub 4.
3.5.1.
I want.
3 sub A, sub V, actually 5. So 3A, V, 1. And then sub 1 is referencing the middle housing exemption, and sub 4 references the affordable housing exception. Let's see, in your packet, it is.
Yeah, what page?
Page 8 of that item. Page 8.
Yeah.
8. So, okay, 1, so it would be 3 and 4.
Why?
1 and 4.
3 is what? Which one? The trees?
Oh, wait, okay, 1 and 2.
3A.
Okay, 3A, B, 1 and 2.
How about projects on public property? Councilor Rapp said he wants to be consistent across everybody, including the government.
That's true, you could consider it, you could certainly make that motion.
Affordable housing, same rules for a single family.
Correct.
Nobody should be treated special in this situation. Not my personal opinion.
On what?
I just don't know how
No
big a
trees?
problem that is. And so, I mean, whether you strike it or leave it, the problem is I don't know how many properties you have that are not city-owned properties on public property. I know the school district has some residential property, county might have some, so I just don't know.
It's the middle housing, affordable housing.
I understand that's 1 in 4, so I'm just telling Councilor Afghan, the problem is we don't know the impact.
When we talked about buildings on public property, I was not thinking of school district. That's a very good point. So affordable housing and middle housing.
So I just know that we
so
did
I
have a
don't
situation where we
understand
run
that.
unintended consequences down the
But-
road that we didn't think of.
But you were in contradiction with what you said, that no exception for anyone, because you say this is thing, and then you give exception in this at the same time. So it doesn't make sense. Either you don't believe in what you're saying, or
Hold on, it is.
no. You said that's a Councilor Corrigan. You second it. You said, but now we say, oh, we are going to have like, oh, the public school, we can leave it, the public-owned property. So you are making some, your problem is affordable housing and middle housing. Just say it, that's the thing.
100% it is.
Yeah,
It's- the
then
developer's
I'm
gonna
not
find a
gonna,
loophole
we
and build
can, you
a
can make the
four-family house
motion,
or
I'm not
something.
gonna vote for that motion.
That's what we're talking about. That's
Yeah.
100% what we're talking about. And if someone built
No.
a fourplex next to my house and got to do it because they didn't have to
But they
abide
will
by
be
the
able
same.
anyway to do
problem.
it.
All
right.
Even without this, they can build that.
Can someone formulate
Yeah.
the
So
motion?
I would like to make Mayor, may I make a motion to amend? To strike 3A, B, 1, and 4, which is the dwelling is a single-family dwelling approved for conversion to middle housing, and then the owner or lessee of the lot with a residential structure has received a permit for development on the property that qualifies for affordable housing system development charge exemption under LOC 39.06.1055.
Are we seconding it? Second.
All right. Any discussion? Okay, so this is a vote to amend the main motion. All right, this is a vote to amend the main motion. So we'll, Ms. Linder, we'll take the roll, please.
Mayor Buck,
No.
Councilor Zamboot,
No.
Burdick,
Yes.
Rapp,
Yes.
Afghan,
Yes.
Corrigan,
Yes.
and Winland.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-2.
Okay, so now we will vote on the motion that is
New
before
motion.
us, the amended
Right.
motion.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
I would just say for point of clarification for the record, because Carrie and I were sort of looking at one another. So the motion pending before you now is to adopt the findings and recommendations and the ordinance as amended.
Yes.
Striking sub 1 and sub 4 of amendment
That's
attachment
right.
2.
That's right. Thank you, Ms. Lister. Okay, let's take the roll on this, please.
Okay, Mayor Buck,
No.
Councilor Zamboot,
No.
Burdick,
Yes.
Rapp,
Yes.
Afghan,
Yes.
Corrigan,
Yes.
and Winland.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-2.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Director Siegel, and thank you, Jessica. Anyone need to take a bathroom break?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's take a recess. For
Unanimous
5 minutes.
consent?
Yeah, we'll come back for a study session.
You know that
Okay, we are back in order, and we are now pleased to welcome Chief Don Johnson to give us an update on the fire department.
Great,
Thank you for your patience tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here tonight. This presentation tonight comes to you as part of one of the initiatives that you approved in your January goal-setting session, and it was to implement a sustainable business model for the fire department that meets the 21st century needs of the city of Lake Oswego. Part of the goal to ensure a safe and secure community. So tonight what I wanted to do is just give you a broad brush on the structure and some of the capabilities of the fire department, some of the operational metrics that might be of interest to you, and I plan to return one or more times in the coming months to talk about issues that might be important to you and that I think would be helpful to you in your policy decision making as you go forward. Some of those might be to look at the emergency medical response system in the county. There's a lot of initiatives underway that you should probably be familiar with and know about. There's a contract in place with American Medical Response for transport now that's being modified, and that once it gets to a point, I'd love to bring that back to you and talk to you about that as well. I'd like to talk to you at some point about a day in the life of the firefighter in Lake Oswego, so you get a sense of the variety of things that they might do over the course of a career, and talk to you again about some of the responses that they make and some of the special things that they do. There are times that they have to do water rescue. They have to do rope rescue down a hill. They have to do response to strokes and cardiac arrest, and I'd love to give you an understanding of how they do that. And one of the things that I would really like to try this summer is to get you folks for half a day or a day to get out on the drill ground and let you get some experiential learning alongside the firefighters. I know it would benefit them as much as it would you as far as relationships go, because they're very proud of what they do. So as a backdrop for this, I've got about 9 slides. But before I do that, one of the things, I've been here in this position for about 4 years, and this is a group of people that are super committed, they're very professional, they're very proficient, and it's the kindest group of people that I've worked with over a 40-year career. So it's a pretty neat way for us to have in the city of Lake Oswego. One of the pieces too, that just to cue back in mind, the community survey in 2021 gave them a rating of about 90% plus on everything. There are some areas that I still want to focus on. If the library can still stay below us, and if I can strive to get toward Parks and Recs, 94%, that's what I want to try to do. And I think that comes through some community engagement kind of things that we want to look at down the road. So with that, I want to take a look at the first slide that you have here. And this is just an orientation. So the red stars on there are the 4 fire stations that Lake Oswego has. And the colored areas, if you look up to the north toward Portland, there's the brownish area. That's Riverdale Dunthorpe. That's about 600 homes that we provide service to. If you look at the goldish area up above the high school, that's Alto Park. And there are about 50 homes in there that we provide service. And then the yellow areas that are mixed in throughout Lake Oswego are Lake Grove Fire, and there are about 1,500 additional homes in there that we provide service, emergency medical and fire service to those. We do that at a rate of about $1.92 per $1,000 of assessed value. And so if I were going to just carve out our fire department, forget our dispatch center, it costs the fire departments about $1.50 per 1,000 to run the fire department. Add the dispatch, that's another 42 cents. So we translate that right over into contracts with those entities. They're typically 5-year contracts, and 2 of them were renewed this last year. 1 comes up in 2024, and that's Riverdale Dunthorpe that comes up.
What do these fire districts do aside from collect money?
They provide the fire service for that district and oversee the contract is essentially what they do. The Lake Grove Fire District has developed a real good relationship with us over the past year or so, And they're looking to partner with us on all kinds of things. They, over the past several months, they bought new hoods for the officers at like $140 a hood for the Nomex hoods that they wear. And they do that as part of their community outreach. They're looking to try to figure out how they can help the city of Lake Oswego even outside of the contract that they're already paying for.
But they don't, there are no fire, like Lake Grove Fire, they don't have firefighters, right? What is, who is the Lake Grove Fire
District?
District?
Out for us.
They contract through us.
Who are they? They have like a board? Or?
It's a board.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, is that, they have an office or, and a board? And that is the whole of their,
Lake Grove Fire District.
Yes.
okay.
But they have the option to contract, I don't want to say this out loud. They had their choice of who they could opt to contract with. There are
I
other
see.
abutting fire districts they could have decided to provide, to procure.
At one point, they were probably a department.
Probably they were.
They
Because
were.
So it's a remnant.
So, yeah, it's another one of the many remnants of when this part of a community developed in an unincorporated way, right?
How is their board? They're elected?
They're elected. Lake Oswego Fire District 57, which is Lake Grove Fire District 57. You know the little place across from Zupan's? That was their fire department, that little structure that sits there. Now, that little green structure on Bryant, that was theirs to begin with. And that was the last bastion of the Lake Grove Fire Department, and that was, I want to say, in the 40s.
So on the so they collect the property tax, and then we charge them a rate, and it just passes through them.
Exactly.
To us, and there's no desire to just dissolve that district and people just pay the rate to the city and get rid of the middle person.
Similar to many of the very small water districts we have in the community that all buy their water from somewhere else.
Right.
So
Yeah,
very
so-
similar
okay.
to that.
Just an interesting, very.
Merging governments is in the top 5 hardest things to do. So you decide you want to take those things on at your peril.
But probably,
I'm glad they're good partners.
but probably the number one thing that needs to be done.
Yeah. It's very anyway. Okay, that's good, interesting. Thank
So
you.
back
Chief.
to, we charge them about $1.92 per $1,000 assessed value. And Martha mentioned the choices that they might have nearby for fire protection. And if you look to the west, it would be Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue is sitting at $2.12 per thousand. And they're looking for a bond measure, or a levy, excuse me, that's going to take them to about $2.40 per $1,000 assessed value. Clackamas County Fire District 1 has a levy out that'll go out in May, and they're going to move from $2.40 that they charge now to $2.92. So they'll be exactly $1 more per thousand than it would to get the fire protection here in the city of Lake Oswego.
So why are we low compared to them?
Density.
It's a comparison of services provided, quite honestly. And I think we're probably leaner than most. We're probably more efficient with what we do than most. That's that slide. Next one, I just wanted to run through the stations with you. It's Station 210, looking clockwise. 210 was built in 1990. It's on Melrose in the Westlake area. Jean Road, built in 1989. Main Fire Station, downtown, built in 1995. South Shore is 1971. Call your attention to the place, the comment at the bottom. All the stations have been seismically retrofitted with the exception of the living quarters inside Fire Station 212. So the structure where the apparatus are parked is seismically safe. The area that they live in, which is probably 2,500 square feet, has not been seismically retrofitted. And back in 2002, the council and the grant then at that point said, we don't want to do that because we're going to replace the fire station. So it's something that we're actively looking for grants to try to figure out. It's tens and tens of thousands of dollars to get the retrofitting done. So at some point, we're going to have to deal with with that fire station since it's a critical infrastructure piece. Out of those stations, you'll have at 214, at 210, and at 212, you have fire engines. Those are the smaller apparatus. They're about 37 feet long. They have water and hose on them, and they move through. At station 211 on Jean Road, you have a fire truck that has a ladder that will extend about 102 feet in the air, and they'll launch it on second-story structures. They'll launch it on a first-story structure. They can get it loaded and deployed within about 3 minutes. So they can be on a rooftop in 3 minutes without ever having to get a ladder off the fire engine. So it's a pretty efficient structure that they have. I want to move to slide 3 if there are no questions there. This is the department FTEs. We have currently 52 FTEs budgeted. We have 52 FTEs in the seats right now, so we're even up. The way that they're distributed, you got 44 that are response personnel, 2 people in the fire marshal's office, and about 6 support people. The support people I'll go into on the next page. Inside the response personnel, just want to include the battalion chiefs. The assistant chief are included in there. And if I take a look, 5 out of those 44 positions are female firefighters. And we've been able in the past 2 years to get a lot of diversity within the department. So I'm comfortable with the way the department's moving diversity-wise. The problem is we don't have an opportunity to hire very often. So when we do, we have to really make sure we clear barriers. And some of the barriers that we cleared over the past 2 hiring processes that I've been here with is there's a barrier in my mind in the state of Oregon that prevents people who are less privileged to get into the business. And most departments require a firefighter certificate, an emergency medical certificate, and a paramedic certificate. That paramedic certificate's about 18 months for them to get, and it's a full-time deal. You can't be working when you're doing that job. So working with labor, we eliminated that portion of it. They're still required to get it within 2 years, but we made hires that were people of color in these last couple of hiring processes that were emergency medical technicians. And then we worked on getting their paramedic certificates. I can tell you right now, they all have their paramedic certificates, so that's a good thing. But those are the kind of barriers that would come up for kids. Where the average person in our department, if you take a look at it, the average years of service is about 11 years. When you look at the department individually, you'll stop into a department into any station, and you'll, trust me, you're going to say these kids are super young because they're ranging down to 23 years old that we have right now. But again, I think we're getting a good mix of diversity inside the department. And one of the things that I could tell you that really has helped is a focus on the character that we're looking for rather than the certificates. I'm not big on the certificates, I'm big on character. And the last few groups that we've hired, the labor organization would tell you today it's the best group that they've had there. So that's a neat thing that's happening within the department. If you look at here, we've got 3 that are tier 1 on PERS, and then it drops down to 12, and then 37 are in the OPSRP group, which is the least expensive retirement. Take a look on the next slide. It is just simply an organizational chart. The way we're organized, there's a fire chief, there's an assistant chief, there's a fire marshal that runs along the same line. We have a business manager in the office. And then it drops down into teams. So the green or the blue or the orange teams that you see there are overseen by a battalion chief. On any given day, within the 4 stations, there are 3 people on the engine or on the truck. And those 3 people work together as a unit and move through. The promotional path, if you will, for the department is typically firefighter, And then you see the thing that says DE, that's the driver engineer. It's a special certificate to drive the engine, so that's the driver engineer. Then they may promote to lieutenant. Then they would promote to battalion chief and on up the ladder. There are some that say, I am just super comfortable here being a firefighter, and they come in and they retire as a firefighter. There are others who make different lateral moves, and we need all of them in each of the positions to really value the position that they're in, because there's a lot of training that goes into it. So that is the structure. You look at the call breakdown. What I did, we report on a monthly basis through the state to the feds, and there are probably 30 categories that we report on. So it will, if we get a call that's an alarm, it's one of 5 that you got to choose that this is this type of an alarm. And it gets really complex, and it makes it to where it's super difficult to understand what the call really was. So I collapsed those into these categories just for terms of the presentation. So if I look at it, we had 3,208 medical calls in 2022, had 100 calls that were reported as fires, 109 were reported as fires. When we got there, there was a remnant of fire. That might have been a tan bark fire in the center divider on Cruise Way, or that might have been one of 3 structure fires that we had last year that required pulling hose and stretching the hose and squirting the water on the fire. So they're not all equivalent. You know what I mean? There are tiny fires, and then there are fires that, like on 3rd Street, that take a ton of resources to make sure we're effective on. The other calls, I lumped them in there. They're what they call good intent calls. It's my smoke alarm's going off. They start up their heater in the wintertime and there's smoke and they can't figure out why. So they're all the service calls that we might do. So 1,100 of those. The false alarm calls, I want to spend a second on that. We get a lot of false alarm calls, whether they're commercial or whether it's a false alarm, somebody's alarm's ringing to Security National, and we get the phone call from a dispatch center. So those are the types of alarms that we might go on. When about 2 years ago, we were looking at them and came to the conclusion that over time, over a 20-year period, very rarely are those false alarm calls of any consequence. We could only find 2 calls. One was a fire in a microwave oven and it was a paper plate that was burning in a microwave oven contained, and the other one was a smoke call that could have turned into a fire, but they're typically false alarms. So what we did was put a slowdown on those calls so that we're not running across the city with lights and siren on, and making it more safe for the firefighters. What we did was put a 30-second delay on those calls so that the alarm company has to try to call the responsible party for the structure to see if there's a call in there before they roll the rig outside the barn. And it's a good risk for us to take, because it's more risky to drive across town with lights and siren on and either get in or cause an accident on the way. So those are the false alarm calls. One of the other things we did with alarms, we answer about 110 calls each year of somebody activating an alarm that's on their, it's a medical alarm on their neck. Those are lumped into there as well. And those medical alarms make it appear as though somebody needs medical help. Out of those calls we ran it for a 5-year period. Out of those calls, 7 had any consequence that was of medical, and none of them were admitted to a trauma center. None of them were admitted. There were like 2 that were transported, but nothing that was anything traumatic. And what that got was a fire engine and an ambulance converging on the call. We ended up working with our partner AMR saying, don't come to those anymore. We'll take those calls, and you don't expend the ambulance resource on doing that. So we're trying to manage the resources with the partners that we have. Likewise, for years, the fire department responded to motor vehicle accidents where there was unknown if there was any injury, and they dispatched 2 cops and a fire engine and an ambulance. So we stopped that down right at about the same time and said, send the police, let them tell us what we have. They get there in 2 minutes. It's another couple of minutes for us to get there, and that way we don't roll all the resources out the door when they're probably going to be unnecessary. Because like the medical alarms, we'd run about 300 of those calls a year, and very rarely, it was the percentage was less than 1% or 2% that we actually had something that we had to do once we got there. Does that make sense? Because it was just an accident. You get, for each car crash, you get 8 or 10 phone calls from cell phones. So it's just trying to manage the demand for services and trying to send the right resources. So move to the next slide. This just shows the trend over time. We were down at about the 4,200 mark for all calls for quite a while. You see a dip in 2020. In 2020 with the COVID pandemic, calls dropped quite a bit. The medical calls dropped especially. And now we're back up to where we're running 4,700 calls in total each year. So it's fairly consistent. It's not climbing at a drastic rate. And part of that is because we're trying to again, manage the demand. One of the other things that we've done, we run probably 450 plus or minus calls of helping one of our elderly constituents get off the floor, back in bed, back into a chair. And those are calls that I really feel like we should be doing. And we're servicing a population that would otherwise be vulnerable. But we've tried to, at the care centers, reduce the demand by teaching the staff how to lift without hurting them. And we've even gone so far as to buy straps for them to pick them up and lift them. And so that's trying to decrease the demand at the same time and trying to get them to help with their constituents as well. Pardon me?
You need to roll a truck for that, right? You
Correct.
send a pickup.
So we dropped from, when I first arrived here, we were running about 800 of those, and now it's dropping. And I can't tell if it's dropping because they're using the straps or because they're catching on that we're providing the training to them and asking them to do it. So it's something we need to keep an eye on.
Chief Johnson, question for you. Previous page, are there specific months with a peak calls, or is it pretty much the same throughout the whole year?
It runs very similar throughout the year, and that's one of the pieces with, if we were to run it by day of the week, time of day, you peak between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. So those are prime hours where people are calling, but there's no day of the week that stands out that's more so than another day, which is different in a community that would have a commute population coming in. They're going to be Monday through Friday, they're going to peak, and over the weekends, they're going to slow down. And ours runs about the same 7 days a week.
And winters versus summer, it's consistent?
Martha has a theory that when it's hot, things get weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I take that as fact.
Seasons don't impact so much other than on during an ice storm or during a storm that's of consequence. We'll move from running 12 or 15 calls a day throughout the city to running 70 to 80 calls throughout the day. So when the ice storm hits, they're running 80 calls a day for 3 or 4 days straight.
Got it, thank you.
They do have peaks that way. Moving now just to the inspection components. The fire marshal's office conducts different types of inspections. They work real hand in glove with the building department. And let's start at the top with the blue, with the regular licenses. Those are the licensed care facilities. Those are schools. Those are some medical facilities have to have a special inspection. We have the ability on some of those, like for the schools or for the care facilities, to say, State of Oregon, you take care of it. But I choose, we choose, and my predecessors have chosen to keep that responsibility to ourselves so that we, if I would rather have us inspecting our schools. I would rather have us inspecting our care facilities. It's something we could turf to somebody else, but it doesn't make sense. There's no, those are annual inspections, so that way we really get to know the buildings and we get to know the staff, and it's a critical structure for us. The events are nothing more than crab feed, parades, lake run, all those kinds of things. We have reviews in those. The new construction and the planning are both part and parcel with activity that's happened in town. So the other one, the last one that I wanted to catch was on the last slide was wildland inspections. When we talked about the wildland inspections, we started those about 1.5 years ago. And we're running about 100 inspections a year is what we're shooting for, to get people to inspect their property. We go out, we inspect it right alongside them and tell them the improvements they need to make. And that is a hit with the group. We've always got a running tally of people who want inspections. So that'll pick up again in a month or two. Rains slow that down, but it'll pick up in a month or two. So I think it's a really good thing that we do. Last slide. This is the revenue that we generate and that we use each year. So if I take a look at Alto Park, they're about 1%, just a fraction, $100,000 comes in from them. Lake Grove is about 1.1 million, and Riverdale Dunthorpe is about 1.25 million. The intergovernmental are things that like coming back from AMR, for us responding to their calls. They give us $45,000 a year for helping them with their response. It's those kind of things that make it up. But when you look at it, it's about 82% general fund and about 18% contract work. So we're bringing in some money here. And if I look at the other one on the expense chart, the personnel eats about 80% of our, 83% of our money, and materials and services about 17%. So oddly close in number. That is what I wanted to get through with you tonight, just to start it off, and then with the intention of coming back. But if there's anything that you'd like to hear about, I'd be glad to talk about it down the road tonight. If there's any questions, I can answer those too.
I'd like to know how you're going to get those big garage doors into conformity with neighborhoods.
We could do that. We could do that.
I noticed the garage doors are very prominent on all the facilities. No, thank you, Chief, for the
I do have
presentation.
a question.
Yeah, Councilor Afghan is actually doing the proper thing. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Johnson, first of all, I have to tell you, I love the fire department. They have been in my life for several incidents in my family and my life, and they have been, this is the City of Lake Oswego Fire Department. They have been professional, caring, courteous, and friendly. And the first responders are top of my list. Utmost respect for you and your team. I have two questions that tonight may not be the night to discuss them, but I wanted to share them with you. One is, if and when we have a disaster, how are we going to react to it? Have we done any scenario planning? Have we done any tabletop that says if we have a earthquake, something like what just happened overseas, what are we up against, and are we able to react to something like that? I do realize that there are intergovernmental conversations, but what would our reaction be, and how impactful that's going to be to the residents with the number of resources you have right now? So that's question one. Question two is, based on the stats you showed, it appears we have a lot of, or the majority of the responses are with medical responses. Has there been any conversations about transport within the fire department or AMR, or how can we make that process a little more efficient, and the kind of care and concern we have right now, can we take that and take the patient to the hospital? And I don't know what the answer is, but I wanted to ask those two questions. Again, tonight may not be the night to have those conversations, but those are on my mind.
Okay. Let me just give you a quick on each of them. The disasters, if and when the disaster strikes, we're going to have those fire engines out the door, and they're going to be responding. There's a different mechanism that comes up on top of that. We're not going to be the only agency affected. It's going to be every agency around us. So assume the resources are all going to be busy. What happens then is we drop down into an emergency operations center, which is this room here, with a group of key staff that can come in and deal with the resources that we need to deploy. So there, we're working with our dispatch center. We're working with everybody within the city structure. Martha is the incident manager. If it were a particular type of event, say an earthquake, it would probably be me as the incident commander, and I'm going to be working through this structure in here to get the resources to where they need to be. So you start peeling off the priorities and saying, there's no way we can get to that right now. Our priorities are life safety right here. And so we start working through that. So to answer your question, we've done, in the past year, we've probably done 5 tabletops of sorts in this room here. And then the fire department and the police department do their own tabletops too. So we just had tabletops last week with smaller disasters, but equally as it's the same principle. It's what happens when a large structure in Mountain Park, for instance, catches fire. What are we going to do to that? What do we need to think through? So we're trying to think through those things. We'll be back to you, I think, probably toward the end of April with a study session on disaster management. So I think not the fire department, it'll be out of the city manager's office, but we'll be back to you. The other was the AMR transport. I think there is a study that just took place inside the county, and I don't want to get into it tonight, but it's suggesting that we conduct a pilot study on transport within the city of Lake Oswego. Wide open, but the issue is there's a whole lot of moving pieces to it. You've got AMR controls who gets to transport, because right now they own the contract for this area, so they could let us in or not let us in, depending on their preference. It would have to be approved and worked through with our labor group to make sure that we take care of those issues that will arise out of a difference in the way we're going about doing the job. So those things are on the table right now. So I think there are things that we need to think about for the future. Medically, EMS is changing. The last 3 doctor's visits I've had have been on an iPad, not in the office. So we need to keep pace with that and see what we're going to do with all of that.
Thank you so much. It also makes me concerned that the South Shore Fire Station living area is not seismically upgraded. That's a big red flag for me. That's not your action item. Somehow we have to have that conversation and see what we have to do.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Wendland.
I'll be real quick. I only have 30 questions. No, I'm just kidding. We skipped the slide on the different stations and the load volumes, but Westlake does almost twice as much as the other 3 with the same staffing. Is that correct?
Correct.
So do people get switched around from station to station, or do they just work more calls, or is that
That's the load. They'll stay at a station for about 3 months at a time, and then they have the opportunity to move. They tend to like the stations that they're in, and it doesn't seem to bother them that they're running more calls than the other station is. They all stay busy enough.
And when we make a call, do the neighbors around a station hear 858 sirens from the main station, or Jean Road 925 sirens?
No,
Every time?
it's funny, I had one of the people during the pickleball discussion come back and talk to me to thank me. He lived next to the Westlake Station. He said they always wait until they're moving out to an area where it won't affect the residences before they turn on their sirens. And I've been with them and ridden with them. They'll keep the sirens off as long as they can. They don't, in the middle of the night, you're not going to see them running sirens. They won't. The lights may be flashing, but they're not going to be running sirens.
So nice.
Good. That's all the questions I have for now.
They do a lot of sleeping during the day at the Westlake Station.
Stop it. Yeah. Well, I was asking all my questions, but yes, mine were.
I actually don't think it's fair to ask the chief that question.
No. Thank you, Chief. We really appreciate the updates. Obviously, good job to you and the team for all of the continued work in the community. We know that people's chances of surviving a cardiac event here in Lake Oswego are higher than they are in other communities because of the great response time of the department, and we know that's thanks to your good leadership in large part. So, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, sir.
Yes.
We'll see you in a couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you, yes, everyone. Great, it is a great team. Now for the moment we've all been waiting for, the pavement management update. It's the only reason we stayed here this long.
85 PCI.
We're on pins and needles. We welcome our assistant city engineer.
So you drew
Mr.
the
Brodus,
short
and city
straw?
engineer. Thank you both for being here at this hour. We appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. I'm Erica Rooney, Public Works Director and City Engineer, and with me, of course, this evening is our Assistant City Engineer, Stefan Brodus. He's the brains behind all of this work that has been going on for the last five years, and so he's going to be presenting tonight. But just as a reminder, this is really a great culmination this evening. I know we're supposed to keep it to 10 minutes. We're going to try and put into 10 minutes what we've been working on for the last 6 years, which started as a council goal, which was to improve the PCI, Pavement Condition Index, of the city's roads. And I think that what you'll hear tonight is a really great summation of all of that, how much we spent, how the PCI has changed, what we think the future looks like. And I really think it's a success story. And we thank you, those of you who've been with the council for a while in particular, who helped ensure that we kept this as a goal and also helped back the idea of getting the bond funding that we needed to do for that. So we'll touch on all of those things, but we're happy to share the highlights tonight. We'll get through this rather quickly because we know it's late and we'll be respectful of that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stefan to give us the overview.
Thank you, Erica. As Director Rooney mentioned, my name is Stefan Brodus. I am the Assistant City Engineer. And thank you, Mayor, for the lofty introduction. I will try to live up to that, and while also being brief considering the time. So I'll start tonight with a quick overview of the presentation. I'll go a little bit into the history. We'll have a crash course in Pavement Management 101, the 1-minute version, and then transition into the work we've completed to date through this program. Talk a little bit about the program costs, and then what's next? Where do we go from here? So I will start this story back in 2016. City staff completed a pavement assessment, which is the first I will mention of this concept known as the Pavement Condition Index. So PCI, it's an industry standard objective rating tool that will measure the condition of a roadway. And they will put that condition in terms of a score from 0 to 100. 0 being a road that is completely failed, impassable, and 100 being a road that has just been paved, a perfectly good road. And so we performed that assessment in 2016 with a score of a 68 for the comprehensive score for the city's network as a whole. In 2017, the council then established a PCI goal of increasing from that 68 to a 70 by the year 2021. From there, staff then began assembling a program team to achieve that goal. And in 2018, the projects stemming from that program began. In 2019, 2022, we performed additional assessments. We performed those on a 3-year cycle. And just a few months ago, we closed out this 5-year program. So real quick, I want to talk about...
Question?
Sure thing.
Question. Yeah. Going from 68 to 70, I don't have a gauge as to what that means. Is that a stretch goal, hard to accomplish, or is that, we just want to be a little better?
I think it's both of those things. I think the goal is to have just in general, as a subjective goal, the goal would just be to have smoother streets, prevent vehicle damage, ensure timely emergency response using the network. But as far as going from that 68 to a 70, I guess I can say it's every point increase is more difficult as you get higher.
Okay.
So moving from, let's say, a 50 to a 52 would not be nearly as hard as moving from a 68 to a 70.
Thank you.
Sure. So the team that the program built, the city staff built for this program, consists of city staff, several city staff, and then also a lead consultant by the name of Consor today. You may recognize the name of Murray Smith, that's recently changed. And a team of sub-consultants ranging from public involvement to surveyors, as well as geotech and pavement scientists. So large team that was assembled to start delivering these treatments, of which we had a few. And this will begin this crash course on pavement management that I described. City basically used 2 major approaches for pavement management. First one being preventative maintenance, and that's just like it sounds, that's changing the oil in your car, that's rotating your tires, that's an alignment. That is doing all of the things that you're supposed to do in order to avoid more costly repairs down the road. And so this treatment, of these, several are listed on this slide: slurry seal, microsurfacing, crack sealing. The treatment that the city used in this program was something known as slurry seal. And it's really a good option for roads that are above a 70 in PCI. It does a good job of maintaining or preserving that current PCI. There's a certain point, and like I said, it's typically around 70, where slurry seal is no longer a good candidate. The road is too poor for that. So at which point you would turn to rehabilitation, which in other words is just repaving. So it's a little bit costlier, but will actually restore that PCI. Slurry seal will preserve the PCI. Rehabilitation restores that PCI back up to near 100. And so talked quite a bit about PCI so far in this presentation, and this graph up here is a tool used to explain how the life of a pavement. And notice how this life and the degradation of the pavement is not linear. So a new road remains good for quite a while. However, there is a cliff that it falls off once you reach towards the end of that life. So you'll notice there, the label there, there's about a 40% drop off in the quality, just over 12% of the life. So once you reach that cliff, it is a very quick drop. So at the city, we have used a strategy of the 2 treatments I've discussed in order to maximize the PCI, try to catch as many roads as we can when preventative maintenance is an option, and then use rehabilitation selectively when that makes sense as well. So it's a combination of treatments. And here is a graph of the city's PCI over time. This ends before the program started. So you can see in the early 2000s, PCI hovering right around 75. dipped down to a low point of 66 in 2013. And then the program started, again, as I mentioned before, it was around a 68. This next slide shows just the scale of the program. So all of these colors represent some sort of pavement work, whether it's slurry in green, the Boones Ferry Road project, separate from the program, but that's shown in yellow. Purple roads are rehabilitation, and then we had a couple of other CIP projects, which is basically just a rehabilitation project that also included stormwater improvements, shown there in blue. This program touched 28% of the mileage in our road network. So in those 5 years, this program touched 28% of our mileage. A couple of other success stories. Yep.
Back one slide. Upper left, the circular, looks like the
Nansen Summit?
circle. What is that?
The thing that looks like a bird's head there?
Yeah.
That's Nansen Summit.
Oh, all right.
We slurry sealed those.
Slurry sealed that this past year.
Local residential roads.
Great case study of some of the logistical challenges that come with slurry seal, but for another presentation. Other successes. So obviously, major objective was to improve that PCI. It went from a 68 to a 75. We paved rehabilitation or repaving 58 lane miles, and we slurry sealed 63 lane miles. A couple of other success stories here are some of the ancillary work that we did to this. So the Department of Justice requires that we retrofit curb ramps when they're within our paving limits. And so by doing that with this project, we upgraded almost 300 curb ramps to meet current compliance. For a census scale, that's almost 15% of the city's log of curb ramps were retrofit into compliance with a paving project. So that's a major benefit of this whole thing. We also created, whereas the Department of Justice created that ruling for us on the curb ramps, we created an internal policy to upgrade the catch basins that are within our paving limits, and that's in line with our Dig Once policy, so that we would have long life remaining on our storm infrastructure, and we wouldn't have to replace that before the pavement failed to dig into our new pavement.
The percentage of cost of the curbs constructing the storm catch basins of the total project, is that like 10 or 15%?
I'd have to look into it, but that's not a bad guess on that order of magnitude. So revisiting our pavement condition index history, we have added 2 new data points since the program started. One was an interim point in 2019, where the PCI was 69, and another data point just this past year after the project, or after the program rather, was completed with that point of 75. So a quick success instead of data points and metrics, more pictures. So this is a before and after of Wembley Park Road. You can see not only has the pavement been restored, but we've also refreshed the striping, provided curb ramps as well. Here's another example of failed pavement in the First Edition neighborhood compared to the repavement on the right. And then this is an example of the curb ramps that I was mentioning before. Also in the First Edition neighborhood, we had some sidewalks that just ended at an abrupt curb edge, and that has been replaced with a nice gentle ramp with the detectable warning surfaces. And finally, this is an example of a catch basin that has been replaced also along Wembley Park Road right before you get to Country Club. So to talk briefly about the program cost, we spent just over $38 million, and that is across 9 different construction contracts laid out in this table above. Those funds came from the street fund mostly, but to supplement the street fund, the city, a bond was issued in late 2019, and the city received $12.3 million, and from that, the final payment is due about 16 years from now. The payments are made to that bond. The payments are made from state shared revenues from the House Bill 2017, which was the statewide transportation improvement fund. So that's how those bond payments are made. And then again, the street fund paid for the remainder.
Stephen, do you remember how much in general fund transfers total did we make into the street fund over this period?
Typically, it was about $3 million per year. I can't remember what year we started doing that, but it's been about $3 million for at least the last 4 or 5 years per year.
Okay, so about 15-ish million.
So if we got 12 million for the bond and it's about 15 million, that's 27 and we're at 38. Where'd the rest of the money come from?
Street maintenance fee.
Okay.
And vehicle gas and vehicle registration fee from the county.
Are the House Bill 2017 funds that we'll receive now going forward, I mean, are they consistent year to year, or do they vary, and are 100% of them going to repay the bond?
I'm pretty sure it's all for the bond.
All goes to the bond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so where do we go from here? The bond funding is complete. We are looking forward and working on the CIP that will be presented to the Budget Committee in the near future here. But the draft that we've penciled in shows $1 million investment per year over the 6 years of that CIP. This coming summer, we plan to give a little break to the community after they've been so patient with us for construction during night and traffic delays. So there's going to be minor patching where needed in some small areas that need it, but no long line paving. And then summer 2024 the plan is to return with another package similar to what we've done over the last few years, although probably slightly smaller. So the question will be, what is this level of investment going from the level of investment that we just mentioned over the last 5 years to projecting $1 million per year over the next 6 years? What does that do to the PCI? Well, it's probably going to drop, which is not difficult to project. So on this graph, we show the PCI that I've mentioned before, along with typical levels of street maintenance, shown in blue, and then followed up with the injection of funding over the last 5 years for this program in green, and then in orange showing the tentative $1 million per year over the next 6 years. And you can see the drop in the pavement condition index in that dashed line as well.
So you're saying if we just put $1 million a year, which would be, I mean, that's not what we've been funding at, though.
Are you assuming that general fund transfer stops?
There's a little bit of a general fund transfer change in the next couple of years, perhaps, but also we're spending a lot more of the money on pathways. So we're changing the focus to the pathways, which are anywhere from $2 to $6 to $8 million projects. So those are going to be the priority, and we're still in the process of figuring out our exact balance based off of revenues, projections, things like that. But as of today, subject to change before we do with the final budget, we're looking at about $1 million. It's not going to be nearly what the green is, and it may be a little bit more than what the orange is. But it's going to be significantly less than we have been paying in the last 5 years.
But we raised the street fund to pay for the
pathways, to help with pathways.
Not all of it's going to the pathways.
It probably will. I mean,
well, that wasn't the discussion.
It's not all, but so not all of it, but we get our funding in the street fund from a variety of different sources. Right. Street maintenance fee, vehicle gas and registration. The general fund has been a contributor, and there's one more, and I just drew a blank because it's late. But we said we're increasing the street maintenance fee to help pay for the pathways. But that doesn't leave us that much money left over for paving. Not nearly to the numbers that we had before. We're going back to like the blue era.
I know, but the blue era is at least higher than the orange era.
Yes, yes.
I mean, and paving has gone up, so, okay. I mean, my understanding was that the paving, while we were all in favor of paving, we were not excluding, I mean, pathways, we were not excluding paving.
And we're not. We're just going to have to do it at a much lower level than we have in the last 5 to 6 years. And we're trying to figure that out based off of our projections, which were just in, this timing of this is a little awkward because we haven't finished putting together our proposed budgets yet. We're just actually today even finished talking with our Finance Director, Sean Cross, to get some idea about what's the projected revenues. We're going to run that in there, see if we can bring that up a little bit, but we have to balance it with, don't forget that the street fund also pays for everything else.
Right.
Electricity for the street lights, electricity for the signals, a couple $100,000 a year for somebody to help us operate those signals. It pays for the beautification. It pays for signing, striping, everything you see on the street. The bricks down on First Avenue that need to be replaced. That's not cheap. You know, so it pays for everything on the surface and above. All the ADA ramps. I'm sure I forgot.
Right, I was
a few.
about to mention ADA ramps is another one that is, we've penciled in about $750,000 per year to try to address the backlog of deficient ADA curb ramps in our city.
Yeah.
So as
I
part
think
of
it
the
would be
budget
very-
process, I
well,
think
yeah.
we need to articulate, and so this is helpful. I think as part of the budget process, we need to articulate the trade-offs for you about different types of capital projects. And don't forget, in the current biennium, we had a $2 million sort of excess amount at the end, which we were able to direct to pathways. That will not be, remember, we gave the street fund $8 million instead of $6 million this last time. That money won't be, we won't be at $8 million, I can guarantee that. So we just need to sort of set these trade-offs for you so that you can give us direction about where you want to spend limited capital dollars.
Yeah. Right. As was the goal. I mean, one of our goals to put this out on the map so we know what we're spending money on.
This, and this is, you know, this is a worst case for sure, but what we can guarantee, I think both Stefan and I can sit here and tell you that the PCI will go down.
Right.
It might take it a year or two to kind of go over the edge a little bit, but when the funding drops, the PCI will as well.
And it
just does.
It took Herculean efforts to get it up.
Did.
And you have to maintain a certain amount of that to keep it going. And I'll tell you, I've never received more positive emails and comments after we did the 2 or 3 big paving summers, and everybody had, I mean, they go, oh my gosh, I love you guys because you paved the roads. I mean, it was the most positive feedback we've ever gotten. So it's still very important to people. So
it is.
As I was told today by somebody who was in Lake Oswego that was in the Lake Grove area, and they said, you know, oh, you're from Lake Oswego? You know, you really need to fix your roads a little better because I just popped my tire and had to get towed this weekend. And I said, well, where was it? And it was somewhere over by Supans. And I'm saying, couldn't be Boone's Ferry. But anyway, bottom line, we're still not fixed, I guess. And that was an unsolicited comment, and I did not tell him that I was in city council. So,
Boone's Ferry is tip-top shape.
Yeah, Boone's Ferry is great.
If I look at this graph, is it reasonable to assume that in 2028, we need another $38 million to get back upon CPI?
So PCI, PCI is a indicator.
Yeah.
But it can be misleading. So if I can go to the next slide. So we've putting on the table that the $1 million per year is tentative, and we'll revisit that. If that is the level of investment that we choose to make, the PCI will drop, as Director Rooney mentioned. But what does that drop feel like? Does it mean that all the roads in the network don't just all get a little worse? All these roads that we just spent so much money on don't just automatically start falling apart. You'll notice in these 2 graphs here, the amount of roads that are in the good section in right now compared to the roads that are in the good condition 5 years from now, relatively the same. What we would see in this drop in PCI is that roads that are today poor are probably going to be considered very poor. Roads that are fair, a lot of those would be in the poor category. And so that's the migration that we would see. The roads that we have significantly, or I should say the roads that have been a majority of our investment are our arterials and our collectors. They are what you see in this good condition, and they will stay in that good condition. So the drop in the PCI isn't important, sure, but it's important to know the types of roads and the types of conditions that are making that measure move.
That was very informative. Thank you. Question, $25 million needed in CIP to maintain 75 PCI. That $25 million is between now and 2027 or in 27?
Between now and 2027, correct?
I see. So about $5 million a year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there an optimal level of investment? Because it looks like if it really costs a lot to make your roads perfect, and then when your roads get really bad, it costs a whole lot of money to bring them back. Is there kind of a sweet spot that we should be
There's a
aiming for?
theoretical optimum, but I think it's kind of ironic in that in an objective measuring system, the optimum is kind of subjective, in my opinion, in that, like I mentioned before, as the higher you go, the more expensive it is to go even 1 point higher. When you get above a certain point, so a road that with a PCI of 80, it's really good. It's really good. You wouldn't spend any money on that road. You would just look at it and we'll continue to monitor. So when you get to a certain point, to raise the PCI any farther, you're repaving roads that are in good shape because there isn't enough out there to move the needle otherwise. So, it is subjective. I think there's this theoretical 85, but I think from what I see is with the PCI of 75, to get to an 85, you're paving a lot of roads that, one, don't get a lot of traffic, and or two, are already in pretty good shape.
That's just impractical. So the sweet spot is, are we about at the sweet spot now, or is it?
Well, there's a theoretical sweet spot, which we're not there yet, and then there's the subjective sweet spot, which is more of a feel. How do you feel when you drive around the city?
And one of the things I'll add about this, which is we get fixated on the numbers, and we compare ourselves to other cities. Please don't ever compare us to Wilsonville. No. Wilsonville has brand new streets because they were only 20 years old, and a lot of them are concrete. So you can't compare a city like that to a city like ours, which is really rural infrastructure. I've talked about this a lot. We have a lot of rural roads that became city roads when we annexed, and they don't have even curb and gutter and sidewalk. So we have the ones that are in the very poor area tend to be our low volume, local residential roads. But our arterials are the best in the area. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I'm going to brag about that for a few minutes because they really are. You compare us to not even having to go north, because I know you don't want to do that, but you go compare us to Oregon City or some of the other smaller suburbs around the area, and our arterials are in very, very good shape because of this program. It's a choice we made because that's a better investment, generally speaking, affects more people, affects commerce, affects buses, affects our, commutes and things like that. But the next effort to get the PCI up is going in and tackling those little roads that need to be completely rebuilt. Somebody's road needs to be completely rebuilt, and that's not easy. Rebuilding a road, full reconstruct, means going in and hogging out or scraping off the top 2 to 3 feet of that section and replacing it completely. And that's what's needed in the dark red, for sure, and maybe even into that more of the pink. Those are very, very impactful projects. And we look at those to see if there's other things that need to be done as well. Does the sewer need to be fixed while we're there? Does the storm need to be fixed? What about the water lines? Because they are super disruptive projects and not easy to do. So it's not easy to get that PCI up because those difficult roads are out there still. I don't know if I'm making it clear, but this is a tough town because of all of our kind of rural infrastructure.
Just add real quick to Director Ernie's point, when you look at the PCI segmented by road classification, the PCI on arterials and collectors is much closer to that theoretical optimum when you exclude the local roads. And we've made a very intentional priority for those high volume roads.
It's true too. It's, you know, in the past, we really focused on the numbers and just on the PCI. But as, you know, just pointed out, there's so many different things in regards to streets, whether it's street lights, the curb ramps, the pathways that the street fund pays for. It makes sense to think about it more comprehensively, because we can look at this and see what we did, but the story that isn't, you know, showing here's what we didn't do, you know, because we invested all this money, we didn't build any pathways until these projects that this council has now just funded. And so it's good to take in the feedback that we get from the community and trying to find that balance. Like, we don't want to completely neglect the roads, but we also don't want to probably just do roads at the expense of not doing other features that make the community more safe. So maybe a more holistic approach that focuses on the safety in general, and a little bit of that is roads, but some of that is pathways, streetlights, intersection improvements, and things like that as well, are a good use of the dollars instead of like just a singular focus on a metric. It's good, Councilor Rapp.
I think this is all great. We've done amazing work. I think that now that we've got ourselves to this point, you know, and I think John mentioned it earlier, he might have, I've said this quite a bit, that as city councilors, one of the greatest things we can do is pave people's roads. It really improves people's lives here. So I think now let's put a focus on finding those smaller, less arterial roads that are absolutely poor and start solving those, because there are people that live there and you can make a severe impact to their livability. So wink, wink.
If the whole community went back to riding horseback, we would greatly preserve the quality of the roads for much longer. Wouldn't that be fun?
But we'd have to have thicker upper people.
Well, that's,
place,
you know,
that's the problem.
I know, there's always a price.
We used to get kind of like, the last time, like 100-page sort of detail report thing.
Yes.
Is that just a?
It's available for your nighttime reading. Yes, it is.
If you want to. Oh, okay.
I don't know that we've provided the report to you all, but it's certainly available. And it is, and it has a nice executive summary that talks about those different scenarios of what would it take to get to 85.
I was just thinking our new counselors, and then a refresh for people. It might be just to send it out on an email.
We send the executive summary portion? Sure.
Yeah, that'd be great. For your nighttime reading, but it kind of gives you a little bit of a pavement, and it's a super expensive part of living in the cities that people don't realize. They think it's an automatic thing that we just have budgets and budgets to just take care of things. In reality, it's a lot of money, and it's underfunded because of the revenue stream of what we've determined. You know, the road fund that we tax people at is pretty low.
Right.
I mean, for relative speaking. So it's kind of one of those things that you have to understand. It's big bucks. And then the real thing is the curve down. You can deteriorate pretty fast. So somewhat like that balloon that they shot down, it was hovering and then and down it came. I had to mention it just for fun. It's at the end of the night.
The one thing I'd just like to add to that is that the street fund is, unlike the other utilities, water and sewer and storm, which are pretty focused on one thing, a pipe carrying something, whether it's waste or drinking water or storm water, it's pretty clear. There's not a lot of different attributes to it, but the street fund is so varied and has so many demands on it that people don't realize how much, I mean, yes, we have a street maintenance fee, and yes, we have a vehicle registration fee, but the broad responsibilities of that street fund, it's extensive. And I think a budget committee is when we typically will go over what all does the street fund pay for. So maybe we'll come back around to that was it April? We're probably into that. And that's a good one to go over in particular because people forget all of the details of where that money, although it's a lot of money, there's a lot of priorities and competing needs in there.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, anything, okay. Thank you both very much for the update and presentation. This is great information and good to get us thinking ahead of the budget process.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you both, and thank you for being here so late.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Good evening.
Well, we just have the information from council. I just wanted to remind everyone that, of course, February is Black History Month, and we are celebrating. Here in LO, there are resources and information on the city's website, also in the newsletter, and everyone's favorite email, the lowdown, of course. We, as a reminder, our next city council meeting on the 21st will begin, well, the public part of the meeting will begin at 4 p.m. Our special training will begin at 2. But the public part of the meeting for everyone watching, 4 p.m. A different time than usual on the 21st, but 2 p.m. in this room. In this room, okay. Anyone else have anything? They just, okay, all right. Congratulations to Ellen on her first meeting in the books.
Yay!
What a meeting. Okay, we are adjourned. Good job, everybody.